A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Oh, dear. Wait a minute, I'm coming. Mama, what are you doing here so early? You were supposed to come by till 3 o'clock. It's only 2, and the place looks a shambles.
I won't look.
Then you can come in and sit down, if you find room on one of those chairs.
What in the world's been going on here? The place looks like a tornado swept through it.
No tornado, just me. You said you weren't going to look.
I have to. It's dangerous to sit in one of these chairs without looking. Clothes and hangers.
I'm fixing things neatly. See, instead of David's clothes and mine all mixed up in one closet, I'm putting David's in one and mine in another.
David suggested?
No, my own idea. I'm nearly done. You sit here and I'll take these clothes away here.
Thank you. I can't stay long. Oh, here. Take this hanger with you next time you go out to the closet. You left it on the chair.
Oh, I'm nearly through, Mama. Remember this pink dress? Keep right on talking. I can hear you even if I can't see you.
I have nothing to say.
It's the dress I wore when I met David. That's why I have it in this cellophane bag.
Saving it?
Uh-huh. For our 50th anniversary. Here's the blue I wore on our first date.
Which ended up in the drugstore.
How'd you know?
You told me a dozen times.
Oh, so I did. Remember this one? This one here.
Oh, yes. It's the one with the torn hem.
Mama, it is not. It's the one I wore on the bus ride the night he brought you the flowers.
It's still the one with the torn hem.
Is there anything on the couch I forgot to look?
2 dresses and a wool shirt of David. Shall I bring them in?
No, thanks. The dresses are going to the cleaners, and I'm going to press this wool shirt.
What did I hear you say?
I said I'm going to press David's wool shirt. What did you think I said?
That's what I thought you said.
Mama, just because I burned a wool dress at home once, I suppose you think I can't iron.
Can you?
Mama. Look, I'll show you now.
No, don't start ironing on my account. I'm leaving in a minute.
I was going to anyway. I'll bring the ironing board in from the kitchen. It's David's favorite shirt, and I'd like to have it ready for him when he comes home. See my new electric iron? It's a wedding present.
It's like a radio with that dial.
I'll show you how it works. Now watch. Over here. Come on, over here. Watch.
Maybe you better plug it in first. Or doesn't it need electricity?
It needs electricity.
Careful your head under that table, Claudia.
I can't see the iron, Mom. Anything happening?
Making noises.
Oh, I'll be right up. That means it's on.
Frightening. I'd be expecting it to explode at any moment.
Now, see, the nose is round. That way you can't lose any buttons.
Just your shirt.
There. Now, you see, you dial according to the material you're pressing. Cotton, silk, rayon, wool. I'm going to iron wool, so I set the dial to wool. Now for David's favorite shirt.
I might get used to the ticking, but that little dial would make me self-conscious. It's like an eye watching you.
You get used to that, I think. Oh, but it's a wonderful iron. It irons so smoothly, Mama. Oh, that's David phoning me.
How can you tell?
He hasn't phoned all afternoon. It must be him.
Shall I get it?
I'm going. Come on in the bedroom and listen.
I'm not interested in your private affairs.
And let's say hello to David. Come on. I'm coming.
You realize, of course, that whoever's phoning can't hear you until you pick up the receiver.
I know, but it makes me feel so much better. Hello, David? Oh, fine. Good, I'll be ready. Mama's here. I told her it was you. David says hello, Mama.
Tell him hello himself and see how he likes it.
Mama says hello yourself and see how I like it. David says he likes it. He says come on in and talk to him.
I'm on my way. Let me have the receiver.
Here's Mama, David.
Hello, David. I've been just getting a lesson in homemaking from your wife. No, not giving a lesson, getting one. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Oh, wait a moment, David. Claudia, do you smell something burning?
Oh, yes, I do. Give me the phone. David, I've got to go. Something's on fire. I don't know what it is. I was just going to find out. I've got to go. Goodbye, darling. It's David's shirt. I know it. Oh, it is the shirt.
You better take the iron off the sleeve.
But it shouldn't burn when it says off.
Someone should have told the iron.
Stuck it off. Maybe off isn't for phone calls.
You know, there should be a position on there that radios for help. Better pull the plug out. Careful of your head on that table.
Too late. There should be another outlet besides the one under this table. What happened?
The lights went out. I never realized how dark this apartment was until now. Never believed it was afternoon outside. First thing for you to do is to come up from under that table.
Oh, it sticks out further than I thought it did.
Claudia, where's the fuse box?
Fuse box? I don't know. I never noticed. We don't have any fuses anyway.
Why don't you call the superintendent up to fix it?
The house phone is here along the wall somewhere. I don't know. Oh!
Now what happened?
There was a little chair against the wall, too. It's all right. I've got it. No answer. Maybe the whole house is dark.
Want me to go downstairs after the superintendent?
No. Oh, here's somebody now. Hello? Well, this is Mrs. Naughton in 2C. I think I blew out a fuse.
That's putting it mildly.
Well, could you send someone up to fix it? Oh, yes, the apartment's very dark. Thank you. Thank you very much. Superintendent will be right up.
That's fast service.
Probably because I've been so friendly with Bertha.
Have you met him yet?
No, but Bertha says he's marvelous. Do you mind sitting in the dark?
I'm getting used to it.
If I open the bedroom door, the light will be coming from there. Oh, I wonder who moves furniture in this apartment every time the lights go out.
If you had everything against the wall, there'd be nothing to trip over.
Small chairs near phones, that's all. Yeah, that helps a little, doesn't it?
Little enough. It'd be nice if you could move to an apartment a little higher in the building, one without the windows facing a blank wall.
Oh, being on the second floor has some advantages.
Such as?
Well, because it's right near the superintendent in case anything goes wrong. Come in, the door's unlocked.
Mrs. Norton?
Yes?
I'm Fritz. I've come to fix the fuse. Bertha says I could come right up to take care of Mrs. Norton.
Do you know where the fuse box is, Fritz?
Oh, sure. Right here in this foyer. You just don't worry. I fix.
Do you need a chair?
No, thank you. It's not high. I can reach without it. There. This is much better with the lights on, yeah?
Thank you, Fritz. I met Bertha the other day.
Oh, you are Mrs. Norton's mother. Bertha tells me about you. I'm very happy to meet you.
Not as happy as I when you fixed the fuse. Thanks again, Fritz. I've got to run, Claudia.
Mrs. Norton, please. If everything is all right now, then I go.
Oh, fine. Thank you, Fritz. Oh, our icebox won't defrost. Maybe you could fix that for us as long as you're here, Fritz.
Yeah, the button is in a funny place in this refrigerator. I'll show you. You come into the kitchen.
You go find out about the button, Claudia. I have an idea.
This apartment give you a lot of trouble, Mrs. Norton, no?
Yes. I cut my finger last night helping Mr. Norton fix a leaky faucet.
Oh, that's too bad. You should call me. I'll fix it for you. Here, see? I'll show you about the refrigerator. You look in here, please. There, up on the top. It is hard to see, yeah?
Well, that's because it's down so low.
Oh, you just pull him out and she defrosts herself. You want me to do it?
Thank you, Fritz.
Don't mention it. If everything is all right now, then I go now.
Everything's fine. Goodbye, Fritz. Tell Bertha hello for me.
Thank you very much. I do that. Goodbye, Mrs. Norton.
Goodbye, Fritz.
Oh, goodbye.
Bye.
What do you intend to do with the shirt now,
Keep
Claudia?
hiding it till David forgets about it, I suppose. This situation hasn't come up before.
I can fix it for you if you like. It would make a very nice shirt with short sleeves. Does David like short sleeves?
Better than bird sleeves, I guess.
Well, want me to show you how to do it?
You know you're going to do it.
If you watch me, the next time you can do it yourself.
There won't be any next time. I'll never trust an iron again.
I guess I knew what I was doing when I wouldn't let you do any ironing at my house. Where are your scissors and needle and thread?
In the drawer right next to you.
They are in here.
Of course. A good wife knows where everything is.
Now, we snip this sleeve off here.
Oh, Mom, I can't watch.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
David's beautiful shirt, David's beautiful shirt.
And so, there. Now all we have to do is hem it up and press it down.
We can send it to the cleaners. They'll press it down. But it looks marvelous, much better than the other way.
I hope David thinks so.
It's so much cooler looking that way, too. Men should always wear short sleeves.
Especially in summer. There. One's done.
I don't see how you can cut them both the same length without measuring. If I did it, the left one would be 2 inches longer than the right one.
Claudia, you all right? What was burning?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
What was burning over the phone? I had a vision of this place in flames. I took a cab home instead of walking. Hello, Mother.
Hello, goodbye, David.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Mrs. Brown, before you leave. What are you two girls hiding? What do you both look so guilty about?
David, there are times when a mother-in-law shouldn't be around. There are times when a woman wants to speak to her husband in private.
This isn't one of those times.
Say, what's going on here?
Claudia will explain it all to you, David. Goodbye, children.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye.
I don't think I should have let her out. All right, what is it, Claudia?
What's what?
What is it that you've been holding behind your back with the mistaken belief that I can't see it?
Oh, that.
Mm-hmm.
David, would you do me a favor?
As soon as you tell me what it is you're hiding.
Oh, well, that's part of the favor.
Oh, that's part of the favor, huh?
Now, first, darling, just make yourself comfortable.
I'll sit down right here in the middle of the floor.
Good.
I'm comfortable.
Sure?
Mm-hmm. What constitutes being comfortable?
Well, first take your jacket off.
Take my jacket off? Say, you didn't buy me that blue smoking jacket, did you?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Smoking jacket? No.
There, now, my jacket's off. I suppose next you want me to take off my tie and shirt.
That's right. How'd you know?
Mm-hmm. All right, I don't know why, but I'll do it.
Oh, thank you, darling.
All right, well, this tie's stuck. Here.
You want me to help you?
Yeah. Here's the tie. Now, I want to
Oh,
take it
you're
off
missing a
every
button
day.
on the shirt. I'll fix it tonight.
Never say I haven't done anything for you now. Here I am running around without my shirt. Here, I'll give you the shirt off of my back.
David, what more could I ask for?
Nothing.
And here's something for you, David.
What is it? This looks like my old wool shirt.
It is. Try it on and see how it fits.
I know how it fits. I've been wearing it for 5 years. It fits
Just
perfectly.
try it on, David, for me.
Well, it's not a shirt to wear every day in the week on hot nights anyway. Hey, wait a minute. What happened here?
Well, what happened?
To my sleeves. They're gone.
They are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they are. Does look rather short. Your elbows are sticking out.
Mm-hmm. What gave you this idea? It's wonderful.
You're not mad at me, David?
No, I like it without sleeves.
Put them around me.
What? Put what around me?
Your arms, darling. Without sleeves.
Oh.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Shopping can be a tiring business, so here's something pleasant to keep in mind. You'll find Coke at the familiar red cooler, at refreshment stands, at lunchrooms, at service stations, and at your favorite food store, ice cold and ready for you to enjoy. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. During the course of the school year, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, has constantly shown a rare genius for getting into the doghouse with her principal, Mr. Conklin.
I've gotten into it with him so often, he's even thinking of building me one of my own. But about a month ago, I was given an unexpected opportunity to redeem myself for all my mishaps during the past year. Mr. Conklin asked his teachers and students to volunteer for certain school projects, and he permitted me to take over his favorite spring project, the school garden. I was rather surprised at first until Mr. Conklin explained that the garden is 200 yards behind our school, and he needs that much space between us for self-preservation. Last Thursday morning, I decided to get up early and have a look at my handiwork before class. But as I went into our dinette for a quick cup of coffee, my landlady had a little surprise for me.
Connie, instead of bacon and eggs this morning, I fixed you something rare and exotic. How does it look, dear?
Indigestible. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. That was unkind of me. You tell me what that stuff is, and I'll eat it.
Oh, it's only some arrowroot, papaya, kukui, and poha.
I still say you tell me what it is, and I'll eat it.
Dear, these are Hawaiian fruits and vegetables. My neighbor, Mrs. Anderson, is vacationing in Honolulu, and she sent me a whole crate full of the stuff.
To tell you the truth, I'm not really very hungry this morning anyway.
Oh, dear, I had a feeling you wouldn't go for this Hawaiian mess. But, Connie, if you tried it, don't you think you might get used to it?
Well, perhaps. Actually, you won't even need this stuff, Mrs. Davis. In another few days, I'm going to treat you to a batch of real fresh, homegrown vegetables, right out of the school garden that Walter Denton and I planted.
Oh, that's right. The inter-school gardening contest is in a few weeks, isn't it? But how do you know the vegetables will come up in time?
Oh, they'll come up, even if Mr. Conklin has to plant me underneath to push them up. He's really determined to beat out Jason Brill for the trophy this year, particularly since Clay's principal won the award last year. Oh, you never saw such a vegetable garden. Radishes, celery, tomatoes, spinach.
But what did Mr. Conklin's garden produce?
A half-acre of night-blooming jasmine. He bought the wrong seeds. Oh, he's warned me if I fail him in this project, I won't have an evening to myself the rest of the semester.
Oh, but Connie, that isn't fair. I'm sure he hasn't been that strict with the rest of his faculty.
Well, perhaps he doesn't have to be. So far, Mr. Boynton's done a good job handling the cafeteria. Miss Miller's tossed out most of the school rubbish.
What about Miss Enright?
I think Miss Miller missed her. You mean Miss Enright's project? Well, that one really confuses me. She chose as her project the care and feeding of Catherine, the school goat and mascot.
Well, maybe Miss Enright likes goats, Connie.
Well, maybe so. She's certainly been trying to get mine for years. Well, I don't suppose I'll get it, Mrs. Davis. Hello?
Miss Brooks? Walter, I have terrible news for you, Miss Brooks. Awful news. Disaster has finally struck.
What is it, Walter? What happened? You're not hurt, are you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. This is much worse, much worse. Oh, this is terrible, simply awful. I just went back to our school garden, and there isn't any.
No school garden? Not a thing? Walter, you don't mean it's completely barren.
Put 2 skulls there, Miss Brooks, and you've got Death Valley.
Yes, and I know just whose skulls Mr. Conklin will use for landscaping. That doesn't seem possible, Walter. You sure nothing came up?
Well, only one thing while I was there, Miss Brooks. You gopher.
Funny, that's the one thing we didn't plan. Well, I'll come right down and take a look, Walter. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks. And if you draw up a suicide pact, count me in.
Connie, I couldn't help overhearing you. What happened to your garden, dear?
It goofed. Well, now, I'd better get down to school at once.
Well, a good morning to my old friend, the genial Miss Brooks.
That's 3 misstatements in the same sentence. Good morning, Miss Enright.
And you remember Catherine, our school mascot, Miss Brooks? I know Catherine remembers you. Don't you remember Miss Brooks, Catherine?
You won't get any argument out of me this morning, Catherine.
Oh, why so glum today, darling? Your mood hardly becomes that delightful, flowery spring hat you're carrying. You know, it seems I saw the exact duplicate on someone else recently.
The exact duplicate?
Oh, no, not the exact duplicate. The hat on the horse's head had holes for its ears. Now, darling, I don't want to detain you. I imagine the reason you're back here is to catch up with Mr. Conklin. Catherine and I passed him just a moment ago on his way out to your garden.
Mr. Conklin? Mm-hmm. On his way out to the garden? Are you certain?
Of course, darling. You remember Mr. Conklin, don't you, Catherine?
My sentiments exactly. But he hasn't seen the garden yet. Maybe I can still head him off. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay!
He's seen it. Well, I guess that finishes me. But I still can't figure out what happened to that garden.
Well, maybe you should have had someone with a green thumb to help you, like me.
No, thanks. I would have spent half my time keeping your green thumb out of my blue eye.
I feel it's the least I could have done after the help you've given me with my project. In the month I've had Catherine in my custody, she must have put on at least 25 pounds. And I owe it all to you.
To me? But I didn't feed her.
Oh, but you did, darling. Every night for the past 3 weeks I've let her graze in your garden.
Huh? You let her graze in my garden? Then the vegetables did come up after all.
You're only long enough to go down Catherine's throat. Oh, how that animal can eat. I must admit I helped her.
That must have been quite a sight. 2 old goats grazing together in the...
Now, darling, let's not be bitter. Just resign yourself to the fact that you've been outwitted as usual. With your current project a failure, you will be working evenings for Mr. Conklin, and dear Mr. Boynton will have more time for me.
Oh, then that's the reason you volunteered to take care of our mascot. You planned this whole thing.
Like a general plans a campaign.
Well, if I had a medal, I'd know just where I'd like to pin it. But I still can't believe that 1 goat could eat that much.
Well, you just don't know Catherine. Why, she'll eat anything. I've seen her when she... Darling, where did you put your hat?
My hat? Well, it's right here in my... Good grief! While we've been talking, Catherine's eaten it.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Well, I don't suppose there's any use worrying about that. Anyway, not with the trouble heading this way.
Oh, here you are, Miss Green Thumb.
Miss Enright, would you please excuse us? I have something I want to say to Miss Brooks.
Certainly, Mr. Conklin. Say goodbye to Mr. Conklin and Miss Brooks, Catherine.
And a goodbye to you, Catherine.
I suppose you know where I've just been, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir. You've seen our garden, and I'm back in the doghouse again.
In it? You practically own it, lassie. Miss Brooks, what happened to my garden?
Well, since no amount of talking could convince Mr. Conklin that our school goat had eaten up my vegetable garden, my only hope was for the goat to break out in a rash of Brussels sprouts. But with the school garden contest a mere 2 weeks away, and my funeral scheduled for the day after if we didn't win, at noontime, I decided to seek the advice of my favorite fellow teacher. Since the school cafeteria was his current project, I knew I'd find Mr. Boynton in the kitchen. So I went down there just before lunch, opened the door. Oh, my goodness. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Boynton? Mr. Boynton, where are you?
Down here, under the goat, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Here, let me help you up. Well, luckily nothing happened to your new white suit.
It's my old blue serge. I was milking Catherine. Well, since Catherine, the goat, is the school mascot, I thought maybe I'd introduce goat's milk on the menu and let the students try it. What do you think of the idea?
After one taste, the new school mascot will be Elsie the cow. It's a shame the milk spilled all over you, though.
Oh, there's no great harm done. My suit was old anyway, and I can wipe the milk off with this towel.
Luckily, nothing happened to my new Panama hat. You like it, Miss Brooks? Walter Denton said he thought it was real nervous.
I'm in trouble again.
Trouble? What kind of trouble, Miss Brooks?
Well, that goat ate up Mr. Conklin's garden.
Ate up the garden? Well, Miss Brooks, no goat could eat that much.
Mr. Boynton, that goat didn't put on 25 pounds in the last month due to an underactive thyroid. You see, Miss Enright purposely turned her loose to graze in order to...
I can't believe it, Miss Brooks. Miss Enright may have her little faults, but she certainly isn't a vandal. No, I'm sure that you're...
I am, dear Mr. Boynton, to pick up... Oh, my goodness, Mr. Boynton, you're covered with milk. What happened?
Your goat ate so much, it exploded all over him.
Miss Enright, Miss Brooks is under the impression that you encouraged Catherine to eat up Mr. Conklin's garden.
Well, that's an utterly fantastic idea. She has absolutely no basis...
Well, there's no use worrying about that now. Anyway, there is still 2 weeks until the contest, and anything can happen in that time.
Correction, darling. There were 2 weeks, but those 2 weeks don't exist anymore.
Don't tell me Catherine ate them up, too.
No, not exactly. I happened to be covering the office for Mr. Conklin during the last period, and Mr. Stone called.
Mr. Stone called?
Yes, Miss Brooks. We had a little small talk. When suddenly, out of a clear blue sky, he decided to hold the garden contest tomorrow instead of waiting 2 weeks.
And I have a pretty good idea who dropped that clear blue sky on my head. Miss Enright, you just reminded me there's one thing I forgot to plant last week.
What's that?
You. And in the spirit of friendliness, I suggest you teach that walking garbage disposal not to eat people's hats.
Oh, darling, do you still think Catherine ate your hat? Mr. Boynton, you know goats don't really eat things like that.
Of course they don't. They'd get deathly ill. Now, really, Miss Brooks, I think that you... Hey, what happened to my new straw hat?
What new straw hat?
If you'll look closely, you'll notice how perfectly the red feather blends with Catherine's tongue.
Hey, the fool goat did eat my hat.
Oh, now, really, Mr. Boynton. Come, Catherine. It's suddenly gotten rather unfriendly in here.
That could also be construed as a burp.
Hey, maybe that fool goat did eat your vegetables at that, Miss Brooks.
Of course she did. But with Mr. Stone judging the school gardens tomorrow, it really doesn't make any difference who's to blame for what. I'm sunk.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll say, why not forget your troubles and help me with my shopping this afternoon? I've got to buy next week's groceries for the cafeteria.
Still, there must be something we could do to... Next week's groceries for the cafeteria?
Mm-hmm. I've got to run down to Tony's produce market and buy $50 worth of celery, lettuce, tomatoes, beets.
Mr. Boynton, would you mind terribly if those vegetables you're going to buy made one stopover between Tony's and the school refrigerator?
One stopover? Where?
In our school garden.
What? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about?
Just this. Before tonight is over, we're going to transform that spot from Conklin's desert oasis to Tony's garden paradise. Oh, isn't it dark and peaceful back here, Mr. Boynton? Just you and I and $50 worth of Tony's vegetables.
Yes, it sure is dark tonight. It's lucky we have this flashlight. Have you ever thought what we would have done if that little bulb had gone out?
Constantly. It would have been difficult to plant all those vegetables.
Yes, it would. Frankly, Miss Brooks, I didn't like this whole idea. And if Miss Enright hadn't played that trick on you, I never would have been a party to it.
I realize that, Mr. Boynton, but there was nothing else we could do under the circumstances. Anyway, since most of the vegetables are planted now, let's not think about them anymore. Let's think about us.
Us?
Yes, my hands have been in the ground so much the last hour, they're cold, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, mine are too, Miss Brooks.
Well, let's warm them up, shall we? What would you suggest?
Suggest? How about trotting a couple of laps around the athletic field?
Mr. Boynton, I said my hands are cold, not my feet.
Oh. Well, suppose I just reach across and... Holy cow, your fingers are freezing, Miss Brooks.
You're holding a bunch of carrots. Mr. Boynton, isn't that another flashlight over there?
Where? Oh, well, you're right, Miss Brooks. Somebody's coming. Oh, we can't be found here.
Not with a hot vegetable garden. Let's get behind that big oak tree until they pass by.
No, you get behind the oak. I'll get behind the small elm right near it. Now, if we both get behind that oak, we'd have to huddle too close together so as not to be seen.
We're going to miss that elm, aren't we? Oh, I'm certain the oak will hide the two of us easily.
Well, all right, Miss Brooks, but please come along. I only hope whoever that is.
Sure, you must be mistaken, Harriet. I saw no flashlight in the vicinity of my bald vegetable garden.
Oh, I guess it was a firefly then. Can you tell a flashlight from a firefly from a distance, Daddy?
Well, of course. If you can hear it breathing, it's a firefly. There are no fireflies around this time of year, child, and do stop dropping those cucumbers all over the place.
But, Daddy, do you think it's honest, buying all these vegetables and laying them out in your garden just to win a prize?
Well, it's not dishonest. We're merely giving these poor, friendless little vegetables a home for a day or so.
But, Daddy, is it honest?
Harriet, thank goodness you've been brought up to be a good, honest child, and your daddy dearly loves you. But there are times when he devoutly wishes he could trade in his scrupulously honest daughter for a slightly sneaky son.
Daddy,
Now, Harriet, not another word. Just drop your bag of vegetables in front of that oak tree and start distributing the stuff in even rows.
Well, all right, Daddy.
I'll start planting my tomatoes in this row of 2-foot-high celery, and you start planting your vegetables over there. We'll soon have this barren desert looking like I'll start planting my tomatoes in this row of 2-foot-high celery.
And look at all these beautiful potatoes and beets and onions and radishes.
Oh, what hath heaven wrought? A few short hours ago, a wasteland, barren, denuded, and now this miracle that passeth human understanding. I must be... Harriet, is there a bright, shimmering glow about my head?
Gee, I don't understand how they... Oh, Daddy, that light. Over there, there's somebody coming.
You're right, child. There is somebody. Great Scott, we mustn't be caught here. Quick, hide behind that elm tree. I'll get behind the oak. I don't think anyone could see me behind here. Phew. Certainly wouldn't want any of my teachers to know what I was up to tonight. There isn't one of them I could trust to keep my secret.
Not even Mr. Boynton?
No, not even Mr. Boynton. True, he's a just and honest man with a highly developed moral sense, but you can never be certain.
But how about Miss Brooks, sir? She can keep a secret.
Old blabberlip? Why, if she kept the secret bottled up in herself for more than 2 minutes, she'd blow a silly cork.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, take my word for it, Miss Brooks. If she ever saw me here in this garden at this hour and knew the scheme I had, take my word for it, Miss Brooks! Yeah! I'm talking to myself.
No, sir. And that thing you have your arm around is not a branch, but Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
And I suppose this is not really an oak tree, but Miss Perkins of our math department.
Shall we cut our initials in her, sir, and find out?
Shall we close our little traps, Miss Brooks? Oh, Miss Brooks, things are beginning to add up. Then it was you who laid out all those beautiful vegetables.
Yes, sir. It was Brooks that wrought before, not heaven.
Well, since we're all in the same boat, there's nothing. Say, if that person out there with the flashlight is starting to pick up our vegetables.
Why, the hijacker. Who could it be, anyway?
My guess is that it's Jason Brill. He'd stop at nothing to keep that gardening trophy at Clay City High.
But do you think he'd stoop to anything so low?
He has a reputation for being the most unprincipled principal in the country. But we'll hand him the shock of his life. Grab a nice, juicy vegetable, both of you. I'll take this watermelon.
I've got something here that weighs a ton. Must be an oversized squash.
That's my handbag.
All right. Attention. Get ready to jump him. When I give the signal, we charge. Ready now? 1, 2,
this light in his face. Oh, God, it's Mr. Stone!
Conklin, stop sitting on my chest this instant.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course. Yes. Oh, Miss Brooks, get up. You're sitting on the head of the board.
Sir, where I'm sitting is a mighty peculiar place for a head. Oh, the head of the board.
Let me help you up, sir. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Stone. We thought, Boynton, you may stop pulling Mr. Stone's hair now.
I was just combing out the watermelon seeds.
Oh, no, leave them there, Boynton. I love the taste of watermelon as it dribbles down from my forehead, and I catch the drops on my tongue. Conklin, what was the meaning of that dastardly attack by the three of you on my person?
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Terribly sorry. Believe me, sir, we thought you were a vandal. We've had vandals around here lately. That's why we were all here tonight, to stand guard. But why are you here, sir?
I happened to drop by your home to make sure you'd been informed about my moving up the date for the garden contest, and your wife said I might find you in your office. On the way over, I thought I'd like to take a peek at your garden.
Well, how do you like it, sir?
Well, it's exquisite. It's simply exquisite.
Oh, thank you. Seems only yesterday that all this was just a barren, desolate wasteland.
As a matter of fact, it seems like only a half hour ago to me. Do you like the celery, Mr. Stone?
Beautiful, Miss Brooks. I don't believe I've ever seen celery stalks so high. And these cabbages, magnificent, and what in heaven's name is this angry-looking, furry vegetable here, Conklin?
Angry-looking, furry vegetable?
I knew Mrs. Davis would get rid of that stuff somewhere.
Well, these fruits here look quite familiar to me. Mrs. Stone and I once spent a summer in Hawaii. Conklin, how did you ever get kukui and arrowroot and papaya to grow in this climate?
Well... There's really quite a fascinating story attached to that. Tell him the fascinating story, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. It's a fascinating story. Well, we knew ordinary farming methods would never grow us any Hawaiian fruit, so we watered the ground here daily with pineapple juice.
Oh, really now? And tell me, Miss Brooks, how did you manage to grow a fruit with a little tag on the bottom saying, "Welcome to beautiful Hawaii"?
Well, frankly, sir, those tags, "Welcome to Hawaii," were just sent to the three of us today.
And just why were they sent to the three of you, Miss Brooks?
Because right now, it looks like we'll be teaching there next semester.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Olsberg and Lou Derman, with the music of Bud Luskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Fingers on the sixpence, a pocket full of rice. 40-20 blackbirds, and here's what they cry. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters and home freezers. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators. Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan and the Smith twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Ron.
Hiya, Red. Well, another day, another dollar.
Stop bragging about your salary. You know, money's not everything. It's what my sponsor tells me every week when he pays me off with a hearty handshake.
You know, Skelton, you're a clown at heart.
What did you say?
I said loan me $10.
I'm glad you like me.
Hey, I like that suit you're wearing,
That's
too.
the same one I had on last week.
Did you have it altered, or did you just fill in those loose parts with potatoes again?
Look, his own handwriting. Whoa. Boy, this guy always penciling things. We're going to miss you around here, boy.
Well, I was only kidding, but...
Sure. I don't mind you getting a little laugh now and then.
But you know, that does look like one of those suits you buy for $20 and they give you an overcoat with it.
Oh.
Now, don't be offended, Red. I like it.
That's a nice
In fact,
suit.
I'd like to have it for myself.
You would? Really a nice suit. I bought it in Paris last summer. The coat is to be worn off the shoulder if you like, you see.
Uh-huh.
The material's kind of thin. You have to wear a petticoat with it.
Well, I'd like to buy it. How much do you want for it?
Well, I wouldn't think of selling it. I'm too attached to it.
I'll give you $50 for it.
Sold. I'd rather be attached to $50.
It's a deal. I just bought your suit.
Yeah, well, do you want the 10 pair of pants to go with it? I say tear pair. One's already torn.
10 pair of pants?
Yeah, the tailor used a needle made out of a carbon copy. Is this going to be shortwave to Tokyo? Our first peace program.
Yes.
Say, I'd like, you like this suit, huh?
Yeah, I like it.
I wore it down to Palm Springs last week, and I was the hit of the swimming pool.
You went swimming with your suit on?
Well, of course. I don't want to be indecent.
Why did you wear your bathing suit?
I put it on, but it looks awful. It's all worn out at the knees and... don't fit around the ankles anymore. Somebody stole all of my lace off of it.
How was your plane trip down to Palm Springs?
I got a little air sick. The
Yeah?
stewardess came up to me and she says, would you like to step out on the wing for a few minutes? She says, I said, we're 30,000 feet in the air.
What did she say?
She says she was surprised. She says, maybe that's why those other passengers didn't come back. Then she says, how would you like to come over to my house some night and see my collection of briefcases?
Did you go up forward with the pilot?
Yeah, only for a few seconds, though. I said I was a little nervous.
Yes.
And I said, hey, does this gas cage here, it reads empty. Does that mean anything? He says, not to me. I got a parachute. Yeah, I got up. I was so green. A lady came up, opened my mouth, tried to mail a letter in it. See, we just remind each other of old jokes. I wish I had a parachute. I'd bail out of this script right now. Hey, the pilot told me a joke, though. This is really good. A joke about two guys that stammered and stuttered, and they worked in a blacksmith shop, see? Mm-hmm. And this one guy standing there, and he's got a big pair of pliers, and he's holding this piece of iron in the fire, and he says, hey, Joe, get ready to smack this thing. The other guy says, don't worry. I'll be there. So he flips the piece of iron over on the anvil and he says, come on, smack it, will you? I said, hey, Joe, you want me to hit it with the large sledge or the small one? The other guy said, forget it, it's cold now.
now the Smith twins will sing Oceana Roll.
Billy McCoy was a musical boy on the cruise to Alabama. He was there on that piano like a fish down in the sea. Oh, when he rattled off some harmony, every night out on the ocean he would get that raggy notion, start that syncopated motion lovingly. No one could sleep way out there on the deep when Billy cut loose out to sea. Each fish and worm begins to twist and squirm. The ship starts into dip and does of course screw a turn. See that smoke so black from that old smokestack. It's floating right to heaven and it will come back. Here and there you see a stool and a chair, a slipping round the cabin shouting, I don't care. The hammer starts to swinging, the bells begin a ringing while he's sitting at that piano there on the Alabama, playing that Oceana Roll. England or Spain, it was always the same. He'd be there on that piano on the cruise to Alabama every morning, noon and night. He would keep it up with all his might. Every time he started playing, all the voices started swaying. Everyone would keep it saying, don't you stop. Sailors, take care, oh, you sailors beware, for a bear will play on till you drop. Each fish and worm begins to twist and squirm. The ship starts into dip and does of course screw a turn. See that smoke so black from that old smokestack. It's floating right to heaven and it won't come back. Here and there you see a stool and chair, a slipping round the cabin shouting, I don't care. The hammer starts to swinging, the bells begin a ringing while he's sitting at that piano there on the Alabama, playing that Oceana Roll. Sitting at that piano there on the Alabama, playing that Oceana Roll.
You've heard me say this so often. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord. Are you missing, for instance, if you don't see the newest Nord refrigerator, the Jet Self-Defroster? Well, for one thing, if you don't see Nord, you've missed seeing defrosting that's really advanced. This new Nord melts frost so fast even ice cream stays hard in the big frost-top freezer. And it defrosts every night, whether you're at home or not. Because, you see, Nord's jet defrosting doesn't depend on how often you open the refrigerator door. And it's so clean. There's no complicated system of drain pipes to invite clogging or corrosion. It's the neatest, most practical self-defrosting system of all. And why not? Nord is the originator and world's largest manufacturer of self-defrosting refrigerators. This new Nord has all sorts of extra conveniences and space-stretching innovations, too. But the way to prove that is to ask your Nord dealer to show you the new Jet Self-Defroster. Because, as I said before, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord.
From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled Travel is So Broadening. Chapter 1 called There's One on Every Boat, and it stars Willie Lump Lump.
Oh, it's wonderful strolling around the deck on a beautiful day like this. Just smell that salt air. You smell that denatured alcohol. Somebody just threw an empty bottle out of that lifeboat. I'll pull the canvas cover back and see who's in there.
All right, fat boy, let's not get nosy.
Willie Lump Lump, what are you doing on this ship?
Well, if you must know, I feel like Sam Smole.
Yeah?
I'm going on my honeymoon cruise with my wife, better known as the Thing.
A honeymoon cruise? But you've been married for 10 years.
I know. We were never able to go on a honeymoon before. We didn't have anyone to leave her mother with. When I got married, I came home with 2 tickets to Niagara Falls. And my wife's mother says, "What's the matter, Willie, dear? Aren't you going with us?" I said, look, Cold War, let's get this straight. Let's get off on the right foot. These are our honeymoon tickets. And did you know that 3 days later I got a postcard that said, having a wonderful time, wish you were with us.
Well, tell me, what are you going to do about your job while you're away?
What's that?
I said, what are you going to do about your job while you're away?
Oh, stop looking for it till I get back, I guess.
You mean you're still looking for a job?
Yeah, and it gets pretty discouraging at times. It seems like there's always somebody that wants to hire me.
Don't you want to work, Willie?
Sure, I want to work. I just don't want to let my buddies down at the unemployment compensation line. I don't want them to think that I am a quitter.
Well, if you're out of work, how can you afford to go on an ocean voyage?
I collected the deposits on all my empties.
Well, tell me something. Do you like to sail, Willie?
Yeah, boy, I was really sailing last night, boy. I had a pretty rough time, I don't know where I was or what I did, but I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Willie, when I asked you if you like to sail, I meant on a boat.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sure, I like to sail on boats. I used to be a captain of an ocean liner, you know.
You were the captain of an ocean liner?
Well, it wasn't exactly an ocean liner. It was more of a private yacht.
You were the captain of a private yacht?
Well, it wasn't exactly a yacht. Now, if you missed it, it was more than a tugboat.
A what?
It was a tugboat. We used to run rum.
Oh?
And every time a cop would tag us, we were dead. Tugboat.
A what?
All right, wise guy. So I used to sit on the back of a dinghy with an egg beater.
Just as I thought. You don't know anything about boats.
Don't you kid yourself. My little boy has a bathtub filled with boats. I know all about them. There's nothing but boats in my bathtub. Did you know that last night I was in the tub and a submarine came by and I was torpedoed?
Willie, you ought to stop drinking that stuff.
I didn't. Did you hear? I gave it up a month ago. I drink nothing now but fruit juice.
You got in that condition just from drinking fruit juice?
Oh, yes. Of course, I give it plenty of time to ferment. Say, how about coming down to my stateroom and wishing my wife a bum voyage? Bon voyage.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Bon voyage. See, I speak French.
Really?
A reservoir.
Okay, I'll go with you, Willie. Is your stateroom on the top deck?
Well, not exactly. Follow me. It's right down these stairs here. These sailors call it a ladder. It's really a stairs, see. I had to pull strings to get these reservations. Strike a match. From now on, it starts getting dark. Through here. Something tells me I'm going to have a tough time striking up a canasta game. Follow me. Watch your step. Oh, no. I mean, it's dark in here.
Willie, you must be traveling 10th class.
Okay, here's my stateroom. Now step back while I see if my wife is in a good humor. Oh, wifey dear, pretzel boy is home. Oh, hurry, say hello while she's in a good mood.
Which brings us now to Chapter 2 of Travel to So Broadening. This concerns a slightly dishonest politician, San Fernando Red, who is about to board a plane while being serenaded by musicians local 7-11.
Thank you for that lovely serenade. You guys must hate Petrillo. My friends, and you are my friends, believe me when I say that a friend in need is a friend in debt. You'll never know what it does to see you all gathered here to bid me farewell, adieu, au revoir, scram. It's really touching, and I'm mighty happy to see all you city officials present. The police commissioner, the DA, the bunco squad. Don't worry, I'm getting out of town as fast as I can. Am I getting through to you? My purpose for taking this trip aboard is to report to all you fellow Americans just what's coming off in Europe. And I'll repeat, just to report to you what's coming off in Europe. And when I get to Paris, I'll go to the Folies Bergère every night. Just so I can make this report. This is not a political trip, and my expenses are not being paid by you taxpayers. No, sir, this is money I stole myself. Just remember, you're looking at a man who was born poor, and I'll die poor. But in between, I'm going to be as rich as I know how. There's a brilliant statement. I see we have some of the ladies and gentlemen from the press. I was just wondering if, remember, this speech is off the record. I memorized it from the record that my political boss made.
Your Honor, I'm a reporter from the New York Bugle.
Well, you can blow.
My paper supported you in the last election.
Oh, then Farnham was right. You supported me, eh? Well, your editor thinks I'm the man for the office, eh?
Oh, yes, indeed. He has pictures of you all over the walls of his padded cells.
Oh, yes, I met him. He's the guy with the hat on.
I represent the New Jersey Milkers.
Well, you got quite a pull with me, boy.
My editor thinks that you're politically corrupt, that you're low down, no good rat, and should be exterminated.
Now, why don't he just say that he don't like me and stop beating around the bush?
Tell me, how do you stand on the crime situation in this country?
Take it from me, brother, crime does not pay. And neither does television. Crime don't pay like it used to. I know. Last year I barely made expenses. Well, I'll see. Oh, my plane's ready to take off. I got to get aboard now. I know that you hate to see me go. Stop shoving there, will you? I'll find it hard to tear myself away with this guy trying to slip handcuffs on me here. Stop shoving, will you? Remember, voters, when I return, I'm going to put in a new bill. I'm going to present a bill to the House for room and board. Stop shoving, will you? I'm getting on there. Oh, goodbye.
And now David Rose and his orchestra play the popular While We're Young. And now for our weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Here's how to keep brown sugar from getting dried out and lumpy. Just empty the brown sugar into a covered glass jar and store it in your Norge refrigerator. It'll stay soft indefinitely.
Couldn't you keep the jar in the Norge Hydrovore?
That's the best place. And there's plenty of room, for the new Hydrovore is as wide as the Norge, with removable dividers. Actually 3 moist cold drawers in one.
Of course, you can get this full-width Hydrovore on the new Norge Jet self-defroster model. And you get a cross-top freezer that holds up to 52.5 pounds of frozen food. And a regular pantry of adjustable, movable shelves inside, plus more room in the handy door. The handy door has built-in shelves for bottles and packages, a roomy egg nest, and a butter bank that keeps a whole pound of butter ready to spread. All this in really advanced Norge Jet self-defrosting. Let's be honest, there are other refrigerators on the market. But you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Our third chapter on travel concerns a mother who is just returning from an ocean voyage with her offspring, Junior, the mean little kid.
Oh, boy, home again. Boy, am I glad to get off of this tub. Everybody's nuts. The captain yells, all our hands on deck. I put my hands on deck and everybody step on them.
Now watch your step going down the gangplank.
Yes.
I don't want you to slip and fall.
Oh?
Somebody might step on you and sprain their ankle.
Yes. Such devotion, such devotion.
Oh, goodness, this gangplank certainly is slippery.
Yeah.
And he slipped twice.
Yes. Oh, look. Oh, look at that crowd slide down the gangplank. I thought they were never going to step on them banana peels I dropped.
Junior, I should have guessed this would happen when I let you out of your portable cage.
Yes. Well, I was only trying to be helpful. I heard these people say that when they got off of this boat, they were going to kiss the American soil. So when I got them on to make sure that they kept their promises, all. That's all.
Where did you get that stock of bananas? You're getting too smart for your britches.
Look, down in that cargo hold, they got everything you can think of. I saw $1 million worth of Russian furs. Hey, I'm going to start a new slogan. Slow down the pinks. Stop buying their minks.
Now, come on. We're holding up the line.
Well, don't be so nasty. You should be happy we're back in America. Smile. After all, you had the most beautiful teeth in the world.
Oh, Junior, do you really think I have beautiful teeth?
Yes, I does. Boy, think of the investment you've made. Best one you ever made.
Now, Junior, let's not have any trouble.
No trouble.
And to save time when we get in the customs office, please keep your corny answers to yourself.
I wonder if Whistler had this kind of trouble with his mother.
All right, now, Junior, they're going to inspect our luggage.
Let me declare something. No junk. Something worthwhile. Huh?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, how about this diamond ring I bought in Paris?
Oh, the one you're not going to tell Pop about?
Yes. Now, don't lose it. Put it in your pocket
Okay.
and hold on to it.
Oh, here comes the
Is this your luggage, madam?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, I have the keys, please.
Oh, yes. Let me see. They're here in my purse somewhere.
Yeah, never mind. Open it. I'll unlock it with my hammer here. I'll unlock it with the hammer.
Junior, just you wait till I tell your father.
He knows that trick. He opens safes that way.
Well, everything seems to be in order in this trunk. Now I'll just have to look in this smaller trunk here.
Well, I suppose you've guessed by now that was mine. The few trinkets I brought back, you see, for the kids on the juvenile jury.
Hey, Lorene, Junior.
Well, look who's coming over here. Rod O'Connor.
Hello, Lorene. Welcome home.
Thank you, Rod. It's certainly good to be back and see this wonderful country again.
Yeah, fat boy. Step aside. I want to see it, too.
Oh, Lorene, I see you brought Junior back with you. I was sort of hoping...
I know what you was hoping. But don't blame Mummy. She tried her best to lose me, but she couldn't do it, boy.
Junior, that's wrong. I didn't try to lose you.
Oh, no? Then how about the time in Italy when we visited the Leaning Tower of Pisa? You told me to hold it up while you ran for help. Lucky I caught up with you 2 days later.
Junior, you're making that up.
No, I was not.
Did you have a good time in Europe, Lorraine?
Not so. They got wise to me in Italy, though. Yeah, they took one look at me and they say, poison, poison.
No, that's not poison. That's paisan.
Well, if you're going to talk like Atlee, let's have a spot of tea.
Oh, you should have been with us in France.
Yeah, we saw Maurice Chevalier.
You did?
Not all of him, just his lower lip hanging out the window.
Come on, Junior, let's go.
Well, I'll drive you home, Lorraine.
Well, you got a whip? Hey. Hey, Mummy, you know that pet frog that I bought in France is missing. It must have jumped out of my pocket.
Well, you'll never find it in this crowd. I'll buy you another one.
You sure you don't want to look for this one?
No, I'm tired. Why should I waste my time searching for an old frog anyway?
I'll tell you why. Because he swallowed your diamond ring, and they're both hopping around on this pier somewhere.
Oh, no! Oh!
Junior, your mother's fainted. Help me revive her.
Let her go. Yeah, we'll revive her, and you can revive me after she finds out I was only kidding. And then you can have to come over and help revive Pop when he finds out how much he paid for that ring. Oh, we're going to have quite a revival hour tonight.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Make it a point to stop by your local Norge dealers. Ask to see the newest Norge refrigerator, the beautiful Jet Self-Defroster. See how this new Norge defrosts itself automatically every 24 hours before even ice cream can melt. See all its extra space, extra value features. Yes, see the new Norge Jet Self-Defroster refrigerator at your Norge dealers right away. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a ladder against the roof because he heard his Uncle Artie Stebbins say he was going to have one on the house, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello, what are you doing dressed up like Napoleon Bonaparte?
Well, you see, Abbott, you'll
Universal Studios are going to make a picture called Napoleon and Josephine. Yes. And I'm going to play Napoleon. There's only one thing that stands in my way.
What's that?
Charles Boyer.
Costello, are you classing yourself with Charles Boyer?
What's Boyer got that I haven't got 5 times as much as?
You've certainly got a lot of nerve, Costello, comparing yourself with Charles Boyer.
No.
Do you realize that he won an Oscar for his performance in Gaslight?
I was in that picture.
Wait a minute. I saw Gaslight. I didn't see you in it.
I turned on the gas.
Never mind that. How can you compare yourself with Boyer? He's got charm.
I got charm.
He dresses like a fashion plate.
I can dress like a fashion plate.
And Boyer has sex appeal.
I can dress like a fashion plate. I should have quit when I was eating.
Costello, Charles Boyer can make women swoon by just lowering his eyelids. They call him droopy eyes.
It's the same thing with me.
Women call you droopy eyes?
No, saggy britches.
Costello, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The picture Napoleon and Josephine calls for a great lover. For instance, like me.
Like you?
Certainly. Why, women fall all over me.
Women fall all over you?
All over
me.
me.
The dames you go out with are too old to stand up.
Be serious. Be serious, Costello. Why, in my day as a dramatic actor, women threw flowers at my feet. They threw jewelry at my feet. They even threw themselves at my feet.
What has your feet got that you haven't got? I bet you.
Will you cut that out, please? The role of Napoleon calls for an experienced actor.
Oh, that's me, Abbott. When I was 3 years old, I used to put on plays in our garage, and I charged 2 pins admission. And when the show was over, I'd give the pins back.
Gave the pins back? What for?
So the audience wouldn't lose their rumpers on the way home.
But, Costello, please, I know you're a little teeny. But, Costello, please listen to me. In order to play the part of Napoleon, you have to have an education. Now, where did you get your education?
At the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
You can't. No. You can't learn anything at the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
You can on a windy day.
Costello, please. Go take that Napoleon costume off and forget it. You don't even look like Napoleon.
Oh, yes, I do have it. Look, I got my hair all slicked down and shiny.
What kind of oil is that you've got on your hair?
It's a new kind of oil. I got it out of a little tin can. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
I don't know what to do with all those little sardines.
Wash that sardine oil off your hair. You have a bunch of cats following you.
Oh, I have my cats. I even know a woman who lives with cats.
Who?
Mrs. Cat.
Costello, that's a no joke.
Mr. Cat is an old man. I should have quit when I was even.
Now, look, I refuse to discuss this any longer, Costello. Napoleon was a romantic figure. Yeah. He had a lot of women in his life. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been out with the opposite sex?
No, but it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't your fault?
No, my mother wouldn't tell me which was the opposite sex.
Will you please talk sense, Costello? Listen to me, please. I'm just going to see how you would play a love scene with a girl. Now, let's pretend that I'm the first girl you ever met in your life.
I sure start out with a dog, don't I?
No. Forget how I look. Just say to yourself that I'm a beautiful girl. Well, come on.
I couldn't be that something.
All right.
Boy, those Dr. Cowens get you, don't
Oh, they certainly do. Well, just remember that old adage, beauty is only skin deep.
Well, go out and skin yourself and come back in.
There you go, Costello. I try to help you, and you haven't got the intelligence to appreciate it. You haven't got the brain of a 2-year-old child.
Yeah, but look at the difference in our ages.
All right. I'm going to give you one more chance. Now, I'm your girlfriend, Gladys. I'm sitting in the parlor by the fire reading a book.
What are you reading?
Forever Amber.
What do you want with a fire?
Just never mind, please. I'm sitting there waiting for you to knock on the front door.
Well, here I am, darling.
Wait a minute. You didn't knock on the front door.
I sneaked in the back door. I used to be a nice man.
Look, well, all right. Now you're in. Now, sit down here. Sit down here by me on the sofa.
Okay.
Now, don't sit way over there. Move closer. I'm your girlfriend, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Move closer.
How's this?
No. A little closer. Closer. Costello.
How do you like that? I went right past her.
I told you didn't know how to make love to a girl, didn't I? I'll have to show you how to make love. Now, you be the girl, and I'll come to call on you.
What kind of a girl am I? Am I pretty?
Oh, what difference does it make? I don't care if you're cross-eyed and bow-legged as long as you're a girl.
Oh, you men are all alike.
Oh. All right, Costello. You're a 23-year-old girl. And you're lying on the floor playing with your dogs.
How do you like that? A girl, 23 years old, playing with her feet.
Look, Costello, please, I'll show you how to make love to a girl. Remember, you're the girl now, and I'm coming to call on you. Now, here I come. Well, Costello, why don't you answer the door?
I'm just showing you I'm hard to get. I'm not going to open it up the
Never
first
mind,
time.
I'm coming in anyway. What are you screaming for?
I'm taking a bath, you.
You're taking a bath?
Yes, I just finished my dinner.
What's finishing your dinner got to do with you being in the bathtub?
I'm taking a bath and washing the dishes at the same time.
I give up. I'm through.
Oh, no, Abbott, don't give up. Please give me another chance.
Oh, all right. Now, here I come again to call on you. Now, I told you that I was going to teach you how to make love to a girl. This time I'm going through with it. Now, come into my arms.
No, Abbott, no.
Costello.
I won't, no.
Stop pushing me. Do you hear? Costello, you fool. Why did you push me out of the window?
I had to, Abbott. I thought I heard my husband coming.
Pick up any medical directory, leaf through its pages, stop almost anywhere, and there you will find the names of doctors covered in the recent nationwide survey made by 3 leading independent research organizations. They covered doctors in every field of medicine and in every state of the Union. Big cities, small towns, hospitals, clinics, laboratories. 113,000 doctors. The gist of their query was, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand most named was Camel's. Rich, full-flavored, cool, mild Camels. The cigarette made of a superb blend of costlier tobaccos. If you are a Camel smoker now, this preference won't surprise you. If you're not, try Camels on your own T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground for a cigarette.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And here's Carl Hoff and the Campbell Orchestra with a great new arrangement, You've Got Me Crying Again.
Costello, where have you been?
I was out of Universal Studios, Abbott, and they tested me for the part of Napoleon. Am I happy? You sure seen the way they fixed me up. They put on Max Factor pancake, Max Factor cleansing cream, and Max Factor face powder.
How did you look?
Like Max Factor?
Never mind that. How did they make you look like Napoleon? Your nose is too stubby.
That's easy, Abbott. They taped up my nose.
They taped up your nose?
Yeah.
How did you smell?
Not bad.
Right.
Hey, you know I'm a citizen at the part of Napoleon? Hello, Lou Costello speaking.
Just a moment, Mr. Costello. The president of Universal wants to speak to you.
I told you, Abbott, this is it.
Here's your party, Mr. Bloomberg.
Hello, Costello.
Yes, Mr. Bloomberg?
Costello, you were out here this morning testing for the part of Napoleon.
Yes, I was.
Well, I want you to get out here to the studio right away.
For the part?
No, you left your hat here.
How do you like that, Abbott? They turned me down. They can't do that to me. The great Shakespearean actor. Why, I played Romeo and Juliet all last year at the Hippodrome Theater in New York.
Oh, you dope. The Hippodrome Theater has been closed for 5 years.
It has? No wonder I didn't get any applause. Abbott, lots of my fans would like to see me play Napoleon.
Oh, why don't you stop this, Costello?
I'll prove it to you, Abbott. Let's go out and take a poll from door to door. Come on. Hey, let's stop at this house. My old girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil. She lives here.
Oh, men,
so good today.
I don't feel so good. I bought 8 bottles of leg makeup, and I'm having a terrible time.
What seems to be the trouble?
How many bottles do you have to drink before the stuff goes to your legs?
Look, Tessie, I'm making a house-to-house poll. How would you like to see me on the screen as Napoleon?
Oh, I think you'd be marvelous, lover boy. Maybe I could play your leading lady, Josephine.
No, I'm afraid not, Tessie. In the first place, you're too fat. And to come to think of it, you're too fat in the second place, too.
Well, don't be discouraged, Costello.
Hey, Mr. Costello, will you give me your autograph?
Why, certainly, little boy. Here.
Hey, Ma, I win a lollipop. I told you that jerk could write.
Come here, Costello. Get away from that kid. Down here. Let's try this next door.
You're all right, ain't you? I'm Lou Costello. How would you like to see me on the screen as Napoleon?
Oh, that would be dandy. You were my favorite star, Mr. Costello. I think you're the finest actor in pictures. I think you're the funniest man on the radio.
Thank you.
I have an autographed picture of you that I would like to hang up in my room, but I can't.
Why can't you hang it up?
Well, I can't find a nail long enough to go through the padding on my cell. Well, there you are, Costello, you see? Wise guys, do you realize that the only people who love you are dumbbells?
Thank you, Abbott. I didn't think you can.
Here, careful.
Pardon me, Mr. Costello. Could I have your autograph?
I just gave you my autograph a few minutes ago.
I know, but you wrote it on the same page with Charles Lawton.
So what?
His autograph held its nose and kicked yours off the page.
Get out of here. Get
out. Costello, leave that kid alone. Will you leave him alone?
Who's writing for you?
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. No remarks. Leave those children alone. Hey, look, Costello, here comes your old friend, Scotty Brown.
What's on, laddie?
Scotty, what have you got under your arm?
Well, it's a book of ghost stories. My wife just had a new baby.
What has ghost stories got to do with a new baby?
Well, I read my wife the ghost stories, and her teeth chatter so loud I don't need a rattle for the baby.
Look, Scotty, how would you like to see me on the screen as Napoleon?
I would not be interested, laddie. I do not go to theaters anymore.
Why not, Scotty?
Well, I used to live 12 blocks from a theater, but now we've moved 2 blocks further away.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I don't finish dinner until 5 minutes to 6, and now no matter how fast I run, I can't get there before the prices change. So long.
Oh, come on, Costello. Let's try another house.
Pardon me, Mr. Costello. Could I have your autograph?
Now, wait a minute, kid. I've given you my autograph 3 times. What are you doing with my autograph?
Well, if I get 3 more of yours, I can trade it for one of Trigger's footprints.
Oh, yeah?
Ouch!
Costello, what did you do?
I just gave him one of my footprints.
Oh, forget him. Come on.
Oh, I'm back a little deeper now.
Never mind that. Let's try this door over here. Come on.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, you dear man, don't tell me you're selling washing machines. Oh, pardon me, that tub is Costello.
You better close that door quick, Mrs. Niles. You're liable to get arrested for indecent exposure.
Indecent exposure?
Yes, ma'am. You're out here in broad daylight with your face showing.
I heard that remark, Costello. What do you mean by insulting my wife that way?
Because I don't know any other way. Tell me, Ken, was Mrs. Niles just as homely the day you proposed to her?
Well, I don't know. She was catching for the Brooklyn Dodgers and had her mask on.
One more remark like that and I'll cut the string on your yo-yo.
Please, folks, please. Let's stop arguing. Costello came here to ask you if you'd like to see him on the screen as Napoleon.
I'd rather see him with Napoleon.
Napoleon is dead.
You catch on fast,
Oh, darling, you certainly told Costello off that time. Oh, you're so wonderful. You fill the breeze with a heavenly perfume.
Oh, no, dear. You're the one that fills the breeze with heavenly perfume.
Oh, no, dear. I insist you fill the breeze with heavenly perfume.
Oh, no, dear. I insist you fill the breeze with heavenly perfume.
Run for cover, folks. We caught a couple of skunks in our trap.
Tonight we salute the memory of a great man, a great doctor. His name, Dr. John Hunter, and he has been called the founder of modern surgery. And a salute to the surgeons who followed him, who developed skills and techniques almost beyond belief. The makers of camels take a pardonable pride in the standing of this brand among the physicians and surgeons of America. In a survey of 113,000 doctors conducted by 3 leading independent research organizations, this query was advanced. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand most named was Camels.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
By popular request, Camel's lovely Amy Arnell sings...
Give me a little kiss, will ya, huh? What are you gonna miss, will ya, huh? Gosh, oh gee, why do you refuse? I can't see what you got to lose. Oh, give me a little squeeze, will ya, huh? Why do you wanna make me blue? I wouldn't say a word if I were asking for the world. What's a little kiss between a fella and his girl? Give me a little kiss, will ya, huh? And I'll give it right back to you. Please be nice. Once or twice, once again, a plea I'm gonna make. Tell me when do I get a break? Hold me tight, anything you ask I'll do. I'll take you for a little ride where we can be alone. And once you kiss me, you will never think of walking home. Give me a little kiss, will ya, huh? And I'll give it right back to you.
Well, Costello, you'll never convince Universal Studios that you can play the part of Napoleon.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't.
Ladies and gentlemen of our studio audience, I'm about to put on a play in which I will star in the role of Napoleon.
No, not that. We're not going to sit through that. Oh, what a lousy actor. Open the doors. Let me out.
Hey, Costello, look. Look, it's Melonhead down there in the audience.
Just a minute, Mullenhead. I dare you to come up here on the stage.
All right, I'll come up there on the stage.
Yeah, well, come on up here.
All right, wise guy. Now I'm up on the stage.
Well, now that you're up there on the stage, I dare you to come over here and put your hand on my shoulder.
All right, I'll put my hand on your shoulder. There. Now I've got my hand on your shoulder. Now what?
Let's dance.
All right.
Costello, look. Wait a minute. Melonhead is right about your acting, Costello, and he knows. He's a producer at Universal.
Producer, Abbott? I'll have you know that I was head producer.
And look at that head you produced.
There he goes. There you go with those insulting remarks again, Costello. You get in my hair.
Okay, well, I'll have to wear my sneakers. It looks awful slippery up there.
Costello, now, maybe if you talk nice to Melonhead, he'd direct your play for you.
Melonhead, could you make another Charles Boyer out of me?
Costello, I could not only make a Charles Boyer out of you, but I'd have enough fat left over to make a case of Life Boyer. All right, now to the play. Costello, you will play Napoleon. Abbott here will be your friend Talleyrand, and Mrs. Niles here, she'll play your wife, Josephine.
Ah, why does Mrs. Niles always have to play my wife? Why can't I have a young girl like Ingrid Bergman?
Costello, I've got everything that Ingrid Bergman has.
Yeah, but why do you let yours get so shabby?
Enough of this, Costello. Let's get on with the play. Mr. Niles, will you please set the scene? Ladies and gentlemen, we present a stirring French drama entitled How Napoleon Lost the Battle of Waterloo, or Costello Gets Caught with His France Down. As our scene opens, we find Napoleon sitting in the throne room, waiting for his wife Josephine to enter.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Ah, come in, Josephine. Bonjour, my bone, Josephine.
Pull up a bone chair and have a box of bonbons.
Wait a minute, Costello. Why do you put bone in front of everything?
Because, says Napoleon, I want to give the bone a part. Wow!
Will you please sit down, Napoleon? And why do you always stand with your hand stuck inside your coat?
That's where I hide my butter.
Napoleon, I have come to you for some money.
I'm sorry, Josephine, but the royal coffers are in bad shape.
The royal coffers are in bad shape?
Yes, listen.
That's enough. That's enough.
Corporate, don't overdo it. That last course cost us $35 more.
Napoleon, I tell you I need money. You've given away all my jewels to Madame Dewberry. Yesterday you gave her my diamond tiara.
What do you care about your tiara? You still have your boondier. But Josephine, here is something to replace the tiara. It's a gift from America. It's called tobacco, and it was discovered in Shamokin, Pennsylvania.
What? Shamokin, Pennsylvania?
Yes, it's called Shamokin tobacco.
Oh, I'm having trouble with my subjects. I can't do a thing with my subjects.
Who are you, the king?
No, just a high school student.
Your Majesty, Talleyrand has just come in.
Good. I had $2 on his nose.
No, Costello. Look, Talleyrand isn't a horse. It's Abbott.
Oh, a jackass.
Yeah. All right, Costello. Stick to the play. Your Majesty, I bring great tidings from the battlefield. Rome is about to fall.
Let us drink a toast.
Napoleon, you have been drinking too much lately. Drink water.
Okay, whatever it is, here's to victory.
What was that?
Rome just fell.
Oh, we must have a grand ball to celebrate our victory. Napoleon, you must wear the new powdered wig I bought you.
I refuse to wear it again.
Well, it's made out of hair from your horse's tail.
No wonder it keeps swatting flies and knocking my hat off.
Madame Josephine, I have come to fix your hair.
Wait a minute, who are you?
Monsieur, I am a lady in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on over here and kiss your poor old father.
Costello, stick to your line.
I'd much rather stick to hers.
Napoleon, get your hands off that girl or I'll have her sent to the guillotine.
Yes, Your Majesty. You wouldn't want me if I lost my head.
I don't know. There'll still be enough left to have a date with.
Talleyrand has just come in.
Must have been scratched in the last race.
Talk sense, Costello. I bring you bad news from Russia. You must go to your troops at once. But remember, it's freezing cold in Russia.
I will fix you a lunch. Would you like a nice hot dish?
Yes. Yvonne, come here and kiss your poor old father.
Costello, do you realize that Universal Studios is listening to this play? I refuse to direct this play any longer unless everybody takes orders from me.
Okay, Mullenhead, you give the order.
Thanks, Costello. Yvonne, come here and kiss your poor old director.
Oh, come on. Come on, break this
Costello
up.
is my only director.
Yeah, Emma.
Will you break this up, please? Now, let's get back to the play. Come on, Napoleon. Let us drink a toast to our coming victory in Russia.
Napoleon, you must drink water, remember?
Oh, darn it. I'll be glad when they exile me to that island. Then I can bend my elbow.
Come, Napoleon. Kiss Josephine goodbye. We must join your troops.
Goodbye, dear Josephine. Josephine, your nose is wet.
You kissed your horse. I'm over here. Now, come over here and kiss me.
I should have quit when I was even.
Whoa!
Hey, Talleyrand, what is this village?
Your Majesty, this is the village of Waterloo. Your troops are taking a terrible beating. Just listen.
Oh, you poor man. I am Napoleon. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, get a larger calf. I'm sick and tired of the whole thing.
Napoleon! I've come to ask your surrender. I am Wellington. You have been defeated.
Very well, Wellington. Let us drink a toast to your victory.
Remember, Napoleon, you can't drink liquor.
But I'm not really Napoleon. I'm Lou Costello.
Well, in that case, here's your water, Lou.
Waterloo? Waterloo, get it? That's a joke, folks. That's a joke.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the 101st Screaming Eagle Airborne Division, heroes of the Normandy invasion and holders of the Distinguished Unit Citation for their heroic resistance to Rundstedt's winter offensive at Bastogne. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Bedford, Massachusetts, U.S. Army Moore General Hospital, Swannanoa, North Carolina, U.S. Naval Hospital, Farragut, Idaho, U.S. Marine Hospital, Cleveland, Ohio, and Veterans Hospital, Amarillo, Texas, in your honor, men of the Screaming Eagle Division.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcasts to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud and Lou with a final word.
Well, Napoleon, what have you got to say?
Here I am, the great Napoleon, exiled to the island of Elba. All my friends have deserted me. Here I am all alone. Nobody loves me.
I love you.
Who was that?
Look up here in this tree.
Oh, an old monkey.
Yes. Come here, Costello.
What do you want?
Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Choice tobacco, crimp cut to burn cool, and especially treated for the removal of tongue bites. Those three things made Prince Albert the national joy smoke. Smoked in more pipes than any other tobacco on earth. Try PA today. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new singer. He's got a voice that's romantic as moonlight on the mountains, warm as southern hospitality. Remember Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC, with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for another Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay around now for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, this is Skitch Henderson, and I'm here in Monitor's Radio Central in New York, and this evening I'll be hosting you to some of the finest music in the world, conducted by the greatest maestros of our age on Monitor's Monday evening concert. First, though, our Monitor Beacon takes us to Hollywood, where Groucho Marx invites you to play You Bet Your Life. What's the secret word for tonight, George Finnegan?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word for tonight is shoe. S-H-O-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
George, who's first on the agenda?
As you suggested last week, we asked Mr. and Mrs. Leon Silvers and their 6 children to come back tonight, and I'm sure that they'll sing us a Christmas song or two. And they're here, and they'll be on a little later. But right now, I'd like to introduce Mr. William T.U. Kao and Miss Bonnie Scott. So, folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and take home an extra $100. Good evening. Bonnie Scott and William Kao, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Bonnie, you are Bonnie, real Bonnie, and Bill, you are too. How old are you, Bonnie?
18.
18, well, you're a fine-looking girl.
Thank you.
Do you have a job?
I'm a singer and a dancer and an actor.
Actress? How long have you been an actress?
Well, I started studying dancing when I was 2 and a half. And singing when I was 8, and acting, I guess I started when I was around 15.
In other words, you've been learning to be an actress for 16 years.
Just about.
You realize it only takes 7 years to become a doctor? And only 9 years to be a plumber? It actually only takes 8 years to be a plumber, but it takes 1 year for him to get from his place of business to your house. We'll get a number of letters in the next few days from the Plumbers Association. And you're William, too, huh?
Yes, doctor.
Well, how can you be 2 when you're only actually 1?
Well, that's my family name.
Your family is
That's
2?
Chinese family name, 2.
You had 2 mothers and 2 fathers?
Just one.
So where is your home? In Shanghai?
No, I was born in Manila.
You were born in Manila?
Yes, right now I'm living in Los Angeles.
Are you married?
Oh, I'm very much married.
Well, how does very much married
I've been
compare with
married.
just being married? I mean, I don't understand.
I've been married for 13 years.
Uh-huh. How is your marriage working out? Do you fight much?
Well, minor skirmishes, but no major battle.
Well, how do you settle arguments in China?
Compromise.
Well, like how, I mean?
Well,
let's say you had a bitter fight about something. Your wife wanted more money than you think that she ought to have.
Well, we said a compromise, you know.
Well,
like,
how
for
do you do
instance, I like to have a dozen kids, you know.
You like to have what?
A dozen children.
A dozen
12 children.
You want?
And she wanted only 8.
So you got together and compromised?
Yes, that's right.
Well, that's interesting. Well, how many did you wind up with?
8.
You know, I remember in school the Missouri Compromise, but the Chinese Compromise is a new one on me. Why did you come to the United States? To get on the other side?
My little girl is coming to States for show business.
Oh, you have a little girl here that is going to be in show business?
Yes, we came with her.
Oh, well, how old is your daughter? As old as Bonnie?
No, she is
younger?
A little younger. She's 5 years old.
Oh. What does your daughter want to do in show business, Bill?
She plays the piano.
Has she had any experience before the public?
Oh, yes. She appeared in Ed Sullivan's show, Danny Thomas' show, and Jimmy Durante's show.
I assume she's standing in the wings there. Why don't you trot out and bring her in? Huh? Your name is Bonnie, too?
Ginny Q.
Jeannie Q, huh? Do you speak English, Jenny?
A little bit.
Well, you are a little bit. Well, we ought to get along fine. I don't speak too much English either. Now, can she do anything else besides play the piano?
Well, it's impersonate people.
She does impersonations, huh?
That's right.
You let her do an impersonation, and we'll see if we can guess, huh? Jenny, you do something, huh? You go out front.
Twinkle, twinkle, all the two folk crooning in twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. It's got the whole world spooning and more fun in twinkle, twinkle, Good night, Mrs. Calabar us wherever you are.
That was real good. I'm sorry we don't have a piano up here, but Bill, you tell Ginny to stick around. All right. After the quiz, I may want her out here again. Bye, Ginny. All right, well, let's play You Bet Your Life. George, would you bring in the question box, please? The honest one. Now, what category did Bill and Bonnie choose?
You selected cities of foreign countries, right?
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Bonnie, pick a question.
You understand how to play the game, right?
Yes.
You're taking a $300 question, and you know they're the hardest.
Here are the cities, Pretoria and Durban. D-U-R-B-A-N. You tell me what country that is. Pretoria, P-R-E-T-O-R-I-A, and D-U-R-B-A-N. What's the country?
D-U-R-B-A-N?
Yeah. You don't know, guess.
Ireland.
You're pretty close. It's the Union of South Africa.
I said those are the hard questions.
We told you those were the hard ones.
Now, you have 3 more questions to make $500.
Now, don't get discouraged.
You 200.
Yeah, 200? All right.
For $200, here are the cities, Bonn, B-O-N-N, and Cologne. What's the country?
Germany.
Germany is right. Now you got $200.
3 more hundred, and you'll get a chance at the big money at the end of the show. Another $200 question.
For $200, here are the cities, Auckland, A-U-C-K-L-A-N-D, and Wellington. What is the country? Wellington and Auckland.
New Zealand.
Talk it over. New Zealand is right, but on the next question, talk it over first, because she might have a different answer.
You now
have $400. You need 100 more to get a chance at the big money. Here are the cities, Salzburg and Innsbruck. What is the country? S-A-L-Z-B-U-R-G, I-N-N-S-B-R-U-C-K. Name the country. Isn't that where they have the famous
What did
festival?
you say?
Austria is right.
This means you got a chance at 2, 5, or 10 at the end of the show.
Now, ordinarily, we wait until the end of the show before you get a chance at the wheel. But we've got something special going tonight. So we're going to give you a crack at the big money right now. I have here a question, and I will see how much it's going to be worth. You pick a number for a total of $10,000. Any number from 1 to 10.
3.
Put up a 3, George. Now, you pick a number for $5,000.
8.
8. Put up an 8. Now, your numbers are 8 and 3. If any other number comes up, the question is worth a total of $2,000. Whatever you win is yours total for the night. Okay, one of you spin the wheel. Your number was 8 and 3, and it came up 4. You can't get closer than that. So this question is worth a total of $2,000. As a result of one of the great engineering feats of our time, the Great Lakes are now open to ocean-going traffic. For a total of $2,000, what is the name of this waterway that connects Chicago with the sea? Talk it over. All right, what's the answer you decided upon?
Lake Michigan.
No. I'm sorry, it's been on the front page almost every day. It's the St. Lawrence Seaway, and there it is. I'm sorry you missed it, but thanks, good luck, and a Happy New Year. And stick around, because we have something coming up again that I think you will enjoy.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
The best things in life are free. And that's so very true of the better-than-ever entertainment that's yours on radio these days. Take, for example, the popular quarter hour of country music's best that's known as The Red Foley Show, presided over by a fella who's the past master of all things musical in the way of favorite tunes, old and new. But since it's his show, let's let that gentleman himself tell you about it.
Joe, my friend, you twist a mean phrase there. And friends, what our show boils down to is that we try our level best to include the songs and the singing stars that you want most to hear. I guess, Joe, that's our story in a nutshell.
Well, we could talk all day and still not give you the full idea of the homespun, easygoing flavor of the Red Foley Show, if you haven't already heard it. So do just that. Hear it. Hear the Red Foley Show every Saturday.
Groucho, last week, Leon and Shirley Silvers were on our show with their wonderful family of 6 children, and all of us, including our audience, wanted to see them again, so we invited them back, and they're here tonight, the Silvers family.
Welcome back. Well, Leon, you and your family were a smash last week. You know that?
Thank you.
How does it feel to win $100,000 on a quiz show?
Well, actually, it was only $2,000.
Did you have to say that? Didn't you? $2,000. Well, that's not too bad. What do you plan to do with all that money?
It's gone.
You mean my check bounced? Where'd the money go?
Well, we paid some of our bills. We got our automobile fixed. And we paid off the insurance premium. We dressed the kids. And we got half a cow for our freezer.
You bought half a cow? Well, there's 6 kids in the family. I hope you bought the half that gives milk. Charlie, didn't you and Leon even get a souvenir for yourselves with part of that money?
Well, yes, we did. As a matter of fact, we did better than that. We finished paying for the last baby.
Oh, you don't have to worry about making that last payment on the kid. The very few finance companies will repossess a baby. Well, they'll take everything else, I must say. Well, you've done an inspiring job of raising your family. You have wonderful-looking children. Santa Claus has got a real surprise for you tonight. George, Mr. Fenneman, would you come out here, please? You remember Mr. Fenneman?
Yes.
Now, Leon, you and Shirley have such a nice family, I've decided to give you George for a Christmas present. Now, George, have you got surprise number 1?
I think I have.
Why don't you give it to the post? Read it out.
Pay to the order of Leon and Shirley Silvers. $500.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
We gave you that so you can buy a present for you and your wife. Sacrifice is all right, but you can overdo that, too, you know.
Well, I don't think you can overdo sacrifice for a wonderful family.
No,
but
that's quite true.
I would.
But I didn't see any reason why you had to humiliate me in front of these people. All parents sacrifice. That's all they do.
Yes.
Now, for the big surprise, George and I have been doing quite a bit of snooping the past week. We're expert snoopers. And we learned that this musical family that spends so much time singing doesn't even have a piano. Now, Shirley, do you think the family would like a piano? Huh?
My goodness, of course.
Well, do any of you play the piano?
I do.
You do?
My husband does that.
Would you all turn around towards and face this? Everybody, the little ones too. All turn around. That is our Christmas present to the Silvers family. Shirley, what do you think of your new piano?
Oh, gosh. I'm almost speechless.
I'm sure you're going to get a lot of fun out of it. How about letting Jenny, too, break it in for you?
Oh,
Jenny is pretty fine. Could you send out Jenny, too? And her father come out here? And bring Bonnie Scott, too. George, haven't we got some business to take care of while everybody's getting ready?
Yes, Groucho. In fact, this will be a very good time to hear from one of our sponsors. We'll be back with Ginny, too, and the Silvers family and Groucho in just a moment.
party. Bill, what do you suggest that Ginny play for us?
Well, she just cut an album. The name is All
She just cut a tooth the other day.
All This and Ginny Too.
All This and Ginny Too is the title?
That's right. And she plays Mozart, Brahms, Chopin,
simultaneously?
Beethoven, and also swings and jazz.
Oh. Well, what would Ginny like to play?
Ginny like to play the piano.
She wants to play the piano.
Lipstick right.
Oh, she wants to play 12-stick right.
Now, how do you say that in Chinese? Play jab yip jab way, eh? And put some soy sauce on. We have two more. We get the shrimp. Elvis, it's your time. Leon, if I remember correctly, you like to write original music for the whole family to sing, isn't that right?
Yes, I do, Grandpa.
Have you got something Christmassy that you could do right now?
Well, I think we have. Olympia, tell Mr. Marks what we're going to sing.
Christmas tree.
You're going to sing Christmas Tree?
Tell me, here's the key.
Christmas tree, Christmas tree, 'twas there Christmas morning, without a beautiful Christmas tree, it doesn't matter if it's long. Or is it so very 10 feet tall? Painted or plain, it's all the same. If it's idle bells, angel hair, silver bells, Christmas
Good night and a Merry Christmas to all of you.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood, produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jack Meeker. This is George Fenneman pointing out that beginning January 8th, Groucho and You Bet Your Life will be heard on radio every Friday night on this station. Remember, Groucho will be on radio every Friday starting January 8th.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up the next block, we find Mr. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. Vic lounges in his easy chair, staring vacantly at the bookcase, while Rush, on the davenport, reads aloud from a volume of stirring fiction.
Sir Lieutenant Clinton Stanley showed no trace of fear as he watched the slow approach of the counterfeiting South Sea Highlanders. Lady Margaret, on the other hand, was frantic with apprehension. "We shall be assassinated, sweetheart," she quavered. "Perhaps so," rejoined the handsome young officer, "but not without a fight. Shall we enjoy a hug and kiss before we are attacked by these rascals?" The beautiful woman gazed down at her fashionable French spats. "As you please," she murmured, and Third Lieutenant Stanley's face glowed ruddily with hungry anticipation. At this moment, the chief of the counterfeiting South Sea Islanders emitted a horrible shriek.
Miss Holmes.
Huh? Is she?
I heard the back door open.
Counterfeiting South Sea Islanders, maybe.
Here it is. Let's invite him to share a hug and a kiss.
Raj?
Hi.
Your father in there?
Not right now, Sadie, but I'm expected any minute. I stepped round the corner to get my shoes half soled.
Lady Margaret stifled a little scream. "Hurry up with that hug and kiss," snapped her sweetheart, extending his arms and thrusting forward his chin. The beautiful woman...
the heck with that. Greetings, Dr. Sleech.
Greetings. How much does harness cost?
Harness?
Horse harness.
That is a most peculiar question to hurl at a fella out of a blue sky.
Do you know?
What horse harness costs?
You, Rush?
It seems to me I did know at one time. I believe I asked Harry Plink down at the lumber company.
Seen Mr. Gumpox today?
No.
Quite a grand sight.
Really?
I bumped into him in the alley just now. His horse is all decked out in fancy new harness.
Indeed.
Expensive-looking harness. Brass doodads on the bridle and trash. I chatted with Mr. Gumpox a minute and asked him what on earth, and he said the harness was the gift of an anonymous donor. An anonymous donor.
Well, don't look at me. I have.
Well, you know who I suspect, don't you?
Jackson L. Cunningham, alias Dave Garraway of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the man with the light gray trousers.
Uncle Fletcher.
Beg pardon?
I suspect Uncle Fletcher. Go so far as to say I know it's Uncle Fletcher. Sounds just like him. Don't it sound just like him?
Well, I'd say so, Ma'am. Of all the individuals I'm acquainted with that present the garbage man with fancy horse harness for his horse, Uncle Fletcher.
Bill's the bill, exactly. Here's what Mr. Gumpox told me. He said this enormous package box arrived by express. Inside was the fancy harness. And the only clue to who sent it was a little card that said, "From an anonymous donor."
Howard's harness was in tatters.
Sure.
Mr. Gumpox was even using chunks of clothesline to hold it together.
Sure.
And Uncle Fletcher admires Mr. Gumpox.
Uncle Fletcher admires Mr. Gumpox, and Uncle Fletcher's got a heart as big as a tub, and Mr. Gumpox has been just terrible, terrible nice to him since he moved here from Dixon. And I'll just bet anybody 85 cents Uncle Fletcher sent away and bought that expensive harness for Howard.
No, I wouldn't doubt it.
I know it.
You seem upset, kiddo.
Well, I am upset. You should see that harness Howard's got on once. Brass thingamadoodles all the way up and down his back. The do-funny in his mouth is, what you call a do-funny a horse holds in his mouth?
Bit.
Well, that do-funny looks like silver. And the bridle and the lines and trash are made out of the heaviest, richest, most expensive-looking leather I ever saw in my life. Person would think Howard was a circus horse. Why, I bet several $100.
You bet the new equipment costs several $100?
Well, it could, couldn't it?
Possibly. I haven't anything to go by on such
Oh, you should see it once. Why, maybe $1,000.
Oh, come now, kiddo.
What?
For $1,000 you could buy a harness, horse, wagon, ice cream cone, suit of clothes, ton of coal, dish of asparagus.
Not always, Dov. I've heard of cowboy saddles that cost $5,000. $5,000 for just a saddle.
You have such a saddle upstairs, no doubt.
No, but I've read in magazines.
About a fella that put on his hat and then pulled his hat down over his ears. Sure, I read the same magazine. Shucks, kiddo, Uncle Fletcher's about as wise a bird as they come. Oh, he has his eccentricities and all, but when it comes to shrewdness...
Who was going to send us 11 barrels of oysters? Who was going to send us a dozen rails from the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad that would have weighed several hundred tons? Uncle Fletcher. That wise old bird. That shrewd fella.
Okay, but in this instance...
In this instance, he bought the garbage man a present that I'll bet you my undershirt cost lots and lots of money.
It's his money.
Mm-hmm. Rush's money in Rush's savings account down at Rush's bank is Rush's money. But do we allow Rush to drop in?
Well, you're talking about Rush now. Uncle Fletcher is a different package of oyster crackers.
Uncle Fletcher is my uncle, and I'm the only relative in this town. He's got to look after him. I feel responsible, Vic. I don't say he's childish and simple in the head and has to have a nurse or anything, but I do say he needs
supervision.
Supervision. That's it, Willie. Supervision. I say he needs supervision.
Do you think he'd stand for any supervision? I notice when his landlady, Mrs. Keller, tries any high-class supervision, the old boy jumps on her like a load of bricks.
That's true, but...
Uncle Fletcher is gentle and obliging and anxious to please, but if he feels the iron hand in the velvet glove tapping him on the shoulder, he gets up on his hind legs.
That's true, Vic, that's perfectly true, and it's the reason why I'm upset. Like I say, I'm his niece, and I feel responsible for his actions. But how can I go about being responsible? If he feels like going to work and giving the garbage man a present that cost $69,000, my hands are tied.
Yes, I'm afraid they are.
Must I stand by and watch him do crazy stuff?
I think you exaggerate the crazy stuff he does.
Now, Vic, you should see that new harness of Howard's.
I'd like to.
Howard feel pretty proud in his new outfit, Ma?
Just more than strutting along the alley. Person would take him for a circus horse. Person actually would.
How about Mr. Gumpax? I bet he feels like the dude.
Oh, got his chest puffed out 6 miles.
I bet.
You know that new sign he's got tacked on the side of the garbage wagon?
No riders?
Yeah. Well, he's added to that sign. In little letters up above the big ones, it says, "We cordially invite."
We cordially invite?
Uh-huh.
We cordially invite no riders?
Oh, yeah.
We cordially invite no riders.
And the sign is scrubbed and polished till who laid the chunk.
Kiddo, you don't know what Uncle Fletcher can afford and what he can't afford, do you?
I don't know how much money he's got, no.
Well, there you are. Maybe he's rich as my undershirt.
He could be. He's always been awful close-mouthed about his affairs. Bess and I have talked about it many a time. Whether he's real well fixed or whether he's just got enough to get by on, we haven't the slightest notion.
Okay, fine. I say that if a man could handle his own business without assistance or interference through the years, it shows he's pretty capable in the common sense department.
I say so, too.
I appreciate how you mean.
Of course, you figure as his niece, it's more or less up to you to see that he don't stub his toe or involve himself.
Yeah. Well, all right. We'll say no more about it.
I'm convinced Uncle Fletcher knows what he's doing.
All right. But next time he pulls any fancy stunts like this, I am going to doctor up some scheme to make him behave. You have to trot to the store, Sonny Jim.
Okay. Right now?
Well, I'll hop to the kitchen and fix the list.
Okay.
Come when I holler.
Okay.
What's the sign say on Gumpax's garbage wagon?
We cordially invite no riders.
A puzzling notice to the public.
Yeah.
We cordially invite no riders. I don't think we have to worry about Uncle Fletcher.
No, he can take care of himself.
Sharp as a tack.
Well, I'll say. Want me to read some more Third Lieutenant Stanley? It starts getting exciting.
Don't bother.
They have a big fight.
Read it to me some other day.
The handsome young officer rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs, preparatory to smiting the leader of the counterfeiting South Sea Islanders. Lady Margaret hovered at a little distance, blubbering softly. "Hey, you, how about that good old hug and kiss?" cried Third Lieutenant Stanley, suddenly. And the beautiful woman trotted across the clearing, her china blue eyes aglow.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's where the elite meat date. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Billie Burke, the movie actor. Huh? What's she like? Well, just imagine one of them Sinatra fans grown up. Yeah, she plays in them drawing room pictures. You know, pardon me, Mrs. Stinkford. Did I just drop some ice cream down your sherbet? Yeah, Billie Burke. Yeah, sort of a female Finnegan. Well, Duffy, a lot of people get paid for being dumb. Which reminds me, Duffy, how about that raise? Raise. More money. Raise. That's funny, I can hear you. Well, Duffy, you could give me $1 raise. How about 75 cents? 50 cents? 35? Look, my pride's gonna enter this transaction any minute. Huh? Money ain't everything? Working for you, it ain't anything. I'll call you back. Eddie, how that Duffy hates to spend dough.
Yeah, he sure hates to part with money. Don't he know he can't take it with him?
There is one guy, Eddie, if he can't take it with him, I guarantee he don't go. Boy, am I broke. Look, you got any dough, Eddie?
No.
Look, I just seen a guy tip you $1.
Lead.
Let's see it. Did you bite it?
Yeah, I bit it once, and I bit it twice, and before I knew it was gone. Yeah, Mr. Archie, how come you so suddenly so money conscious?
Well, you see, what's mainly bothering me, I can't afford to buy war bonds. You know, like a lot of other guys on this new drive, the government wants you to put 10% of your salary in bonds. I don't make that much.
Neither do I, too.
Hey, you see, the government needs it for ammunition.
Yeah, if they relied on you and me, they'd be shooting BBs.
Yeah, we gotta do something. Eddie, won't your girlfriend, Sonia Jones, lend you some dough to buy bonds?
Oh, no. She'd throw at me because I'm always broke.
Eddie, maybe she don't really love you.
Oh, she loves me all right. The question is, can she afford me?
Eddie, if her heart really belongs to you, dough shouldn't enter into it.
Her heart belongs to me, all right. The trouble is, the rest of her goes out with guys who have dough.
Money. I just got to raise some dough some way.
How about your song?
Leave us face it? Well, you see, I got a certain amount of income from that, but I'm talking about real dough. $5 or $10. I ain't talking no chicken feed. Finnegan, how come you're so excited over Billie Burke?
Sure, Jester. Oh, she's an attractive dame, and I'm an edible bachelor.
Edible. Finnegan, the word is illegible.
Illegible? It's illegible as somebody who can't read.
Can you read?
No.
Touché. Sure. Hey, wait a minute. Here comes Crackpot O'Toole with checks for you. Hiya, Crackpot. What are you doing here tonight? I'm looking for Crudface Clifford. Crudface Clifford, the safe cracker? Yeah. You just missed him. He just went out for lunch with Clancy the cop. What do you want with Crudface?
Well, I'm thinking of giving up fortune, and I understand Crudface wants to sell his safe cracking route. Goodwill and all.
Crackpot? You retiring from forging checks? Why, that's like if Albert Spaulding was to stop making baseballs.
I can't help it. It's getting so I despise the very word forgery.
Crackpot. I'm glad your poor old dad ain't around to hear you say them words. Crackpot O'Toole, the son of Facsimile O'Toole. The greatest forger that ever lived. He'd be hurt, Crackpot, if he knows. And maybe he does know. Maybe he knows everything that you do. You know, they hear about them things up in Sing Sing. generations of forgers. Why, that's a tradition you shouldn't forget, Crackpot.
2 generations? The O'Tooles have been forgers since the founding of this country.
Pardon the momentary levity, But, look, with such a background, Crackpot, you mean to tell me you want to become a common, ordinary safecracker?
Well, Arch, I've been sort of thinking I'd like to get married and settle down. A little cottage small by a waterfall. Me own little warden to come home to. And maybe, who knows, a little crackpot running around.
But, why switch to safecracking?
Well, look, Arch, one day me kid's gonna look up at me and say, Daddy, what's your line of work? If I say forger, it sounds like a sissy. But if I say, Sonny, last night your daddy blew open the First National Bank, there's something he can brag about to his little playmate.
But, Crackpot, getting married, that marriage is poison, you know. That is a sentence where there ain't no parole. And good behavior only makes it last longer.
Arch, what's wrong with marriage?
Oh, nothing. It's wonderful. But not for single guys. Believe me, for a bachelor, it's poison.
Crackpot, don't listen to him. Marriage is the most noble experience a man can go through.
Enemy propaganda. Now listen, Miss Duffy.
Now take that radio program I listened to.
What radio program?
22nd Husband.
Yeah, it's another one of them daytime serials.
This one has absolutely been taken from true life.
Who says so?
The announcer. It's the story of this girl, Millicent, who's made 22 husbands supremely happy.
Just a minute. If these guys was all so supremely happy, why did they all divorce her?
They didn't. They mostly killed themselves.
Oh, sure. How much happiness can a guy stand? Look. How often does this Millicent get a new husband?
Every week.
Every week a guy gets bumped off for divorce?
They have to.
They have to. Why?
That's the idea of the program. Every Friday there's a contest for the name of the husband who starts Monday.
You mean they change the name of the program every week, like from 22nd to 23rd husband next week and 24th husband and so on?
That's right.
What did they call the program when it started?
Millicent Murphy, Girl Wallflower.
Brother, a husband a week. Who sponsors this program?
Hoganberg's undertaking, Paula.
Oh, well, tell me, who is the Millicent's latest victim?
His name is Cedric Frederick.
Sounds like a cad.
Yeah, he is. You see, he has a friend of his who's been getting him to forge checks in Millicent's name. Now, Cedric's going to spend a rolling in money when all of a
sudden...
Just a
second. The guy is forging checks in Millicent's name, and him and his friend is rolling in dough. Crackpot, are you listening to this?
To me, it's very boring.
To me, it's very interesting. Crackpot, you were talking about getting married before. Have you ever seen Billie Burke?
Billie Burke?
Yeah, a dame with a fat checking account and a simple signature. Crackpot, it's a cinch. A dame like Billie counts. And with that little gift of yours, you marry her and the both of us is in the dough.
But, Arch, didn't you just tell me that marriage is pleasant? Besides, how old a dame is this Billie Burke?
Well, to be frank with you, she ain't Billie the Kid. But you got to remember, you see, an older dame is always more mature. Look, are you listening to me? What are you looking at there?
Now, there's a tomato I wouldn't mind marrying.
Crackpot, that ain't no tomato. That's Benet Venuta, the singer. Very high-class tomato. Strictly Park Avenue.
Oh, a tomato, huh?
And with plenty of lettuce.
Hey, what do you have to pay a dame like that?
Huh? What'd you say?
What do you have to pay a dame like that?
Nothing.
Meals?
No.
Then why does she work here?
She needs the dough. Benny, how about a song?
Okay, Claude.
Hey, why, she sounds charming.
Hey, Tomato, how's about you and me? Pot, do not twinkle with this dame's emotions. Don't forget, you are practically an engaged man. Sing, Benet.
Life's a game, but who can play it all alone? Every chap should hold a heart to call his own. Love may come at first sight, they told me. When I saw you, I knew I had found the only love when I found you. I know that you know that I'll go where you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. It's time, it's my time. We'll soon be goodbye time. Then in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say nighty night. I know that you know that I'll go where you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you. Then in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more kiss, one more hug, one more word, one more love. Say nighty night.
Mr. Noodle, you showed in the groove and cooking right on the pot burner.
Well, thank you, Eddie. Hey, Eddie, ain't that Billy Burke?
It sure is right on.
Well, you're Miss Burke, ain't you? Yes, you must be Archie. Me? I'm not Archie. Well, I'm certainly sure that I'm not. I wonder where he is. Who are you?
I am Archie.
Oh, who are you?
Archie.
I beg your pardon?
I said, I'm Archie.
Oh, that's strange. You look just like him.
Like who?
Like Archie.
But I am him.
Well, I still think the resemblance is remarkable. well, so you're Archie.
Well, now I ain't so sure.
Well, the next time I recognize you by your face, you have an easy face to remember, you poor thing.
Look, there is nothing wrong with my face.
Ah, that's the spirit. Keep thinking that and no one can hurt you.
Well, look, be that as it may, and maybe it might, but how does the joint here look to you, Miss Burke?
Well, just the same as ever last year.
Yeah?
Yes, just the same as it was last year. Nothing has been changed. Not even the tablecloth.
Miss Burke, them tablecloths was turned over only just last week. And furthermore, how come you remember the tablecloths and you don't remember me?
But I do remember you. Who are you?
I'm Archie.
Archie who?
Archie the tablecloth. This dame is a paranomiac. Oh, and yes. Mr. Clifton Finnegan, this is Miss Billie Burke.
How do you do?
Gee, you're cute.
You're cute, too?
Yeah, but you're cuter.
No, I think you're cuter.
Oh, one of them stubborn dames, eh?
Well, all right. I'm cuter than you.
Yeah.
But you're much cuter and much more intelligent.
Oh, no. You're more intelligent than I am.
Oh, no, you're more intelligent.
No, you are.
No, you are.
This one will be a dead heat.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, it's nice to have had such a stimulating talk with you.
Thank you, I'm stimulated, too.
Well?
So,
Well? Goodbye, sister.
Goodbye, William.
Very interesting conversation.
Yes, Archie. A woman could be very happy with an intelligent man like that. You know, sometimes I say to myself, Billie, why don't you accept an offer of marriage from some intelligent man? Then I answer myself and I say, Billie, no intelligent man will ever ask you.
Well, maybe I can help you out, Miss Burke. How would you like to settle down in a little cottage small by a waterfall?
Archie, it is so sudden.
Wait a minute, not me. I came here to talk for Crackpot. Now, look, I got a guy for you named Crackpot O'Toole. Young, attractive, hard worker.
What does he do?
He writes. Nice, solid, settled kind of a guy. You know, not one of them flighty guys. This guy has been known to stay in one spot for from 5 to 10 years. I think you should meet him.
Well, Archie, this is sort of embarrassing. Meeting a strange man almost sounds like matchmaking.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Well, what's wrong with that? Bring him in.
Okay.
Thinking it over. I can't marry this dame.
Well, Crackpot, it's your patriotic duty. Look, the government asked me to buy bonds. How can I buy bonds unless you marry this dame and get me some dough? Ergo, by not doing it, you are a traitor to your country.
Well, Arch, if it's for me country...
That's better, Crackpot. Now, let's see how you look. You got to impress the dame. Here, straighten your tie. Gee, they gave you a bum suit this time. Now, look, what are you going to say to Miss Burke when you meet her? For instance, if you were going to ask her out to dine.
Well, I say, Toots, how about you and me going out and tying on a feed bag?
Crackpot.
Oh, I explain that it's on me, of course.
Crackpot, really, you're as gauche as a goat. No. You say, Miss Burke, I am charmed. Would you care to supper with me this fortnight?
This fortnight?
Fortnight. It's an English word, means brunch. We'd better practice it. Come here, Finnegan. Look, make believe you're a dame. See, I want Crackpot to try something.
So, what's he going to try?
The idea is meeting a dame. Now, you be the dame. Okay, now, Crackpot, let's try it. Crackpot, meet Miss Finnegan.
Hello, Miss Finnegan. Are you busy tonight?
I was going to stay home and rinse out a few things.
So far, so good. Now, Crackpot, a compliment.
Okay, Arch. Miss Finnegan, them is lovely diamonds you is wearing.
These? Oh, this is last year.
You're doing great, Crackpot. Doing great. Now, the proposal.
Miss Finnegan, How's about us getting hitched?
So, will you support me?
Yeah.
Will you buy me pretty clothes?
Yeah.
Will you buy me a beautiful house?
Yeah.
Gee, I wish I was a dame. I think you're wonderful, crackpot.
Hey, Arch, you got me practicing with a moron. What do you think you're going to propose to? You see, I want you training under actual battle conditions.
So I'll be going if nobody wants me.
Okay, Finnegan.
Hey, Miss Archie.
Yeah, Eddie.
Now, to me, this whole thing sounds jaily.
Eddie, you mean that you're trying to discourage me from buying buns?
Yeah, but you're going to get into trouble.
Don't worry, Eddie. This scheme is foolproof.
Yeah, you is the fool and this is the proof.
Well, don't be such a skeptic. Come on, Crackpot, let's go. Oh, Miss Burke. Miss Burke, I would like to present you with Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole, Miss Burke. Miss Burke, Mr. O'Toole. Crackpot, Crackpot.
How do you do, Miss Boyk?
Oh, please call me Billie.
Billie. That name strikes a tender note in me. Billie. I was once hit over the head with a billy.
Well, isn't it a small world? I'm glad to hear that we have something in common.
You mean you was hit over the head with a billy, too?
No. In my case, it was a careless nurse.
The soulmate and his soulmate.
Mr. O'Toole, do you read much?
Whenever I get time. He reads quite a bit.
Have you run across a tree grows in Brooklyn?
Is it near Ebbets Field?
Well, I don't know. I'm only up to page 4.
Look, quit doodling with the chit-chat, Crackpot. Prompt the question. Oh. Miss Boyk, would you care to honor me by marrying me this fortnight?
Well, Mr. O'Toole, I don't usually marry strange men, but I feel that you are a man I can trust.
Well, you certainly can. I used to be a trustee.
A trustee?
Yeah, Crackpot used to be with a bank, on the board of trustees.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. I accept your proposal.
Good. Miss Boyk, on which bank do you carry your checking account?
Checking account? Why, I wouldn't think of having a checking account. All my money is in war bonds.
No checking account? Hey, Arch, I've been roped in. Well, don't look at me. I warned you. I told you marriage was poison for bachelors. Don't blame it on me. Duffy, whether you 8 mate Archie speaking. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Major Bose is going to be here. I ain't kidding. Major Bose from the Amateur Hour. Yeah, I can hardly wait myself. Everybody will be around here. Good night, Duffy. So long.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It starts with D and ends with T. That's Strep, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Strep brings you the life of Riley. Strep, D-R-E-F-T. Strep, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle for washing silks, woolens, nylon stitches, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Chester A. Riley prides himself on being a man of his word, especially when it comes to guiding his two children along the paths of proper discipline. But making sweeping statements is one thing. Living up to them is another. For instance, the other day...
Honest, Riley, I can't do a thing with that boy. You'll just have to talk to him. He's getting more and more impossible every day.
Peg, what are you getting excited about? Junior's a good boy. It's not right his own mother making him out to be a monster or something.
But why shouldn't I get excited? Look what he's done. He tore up one of my best sheets again.
What? Why, that little monster.
And this is the third time he's ripped up one of my sheets. He makes bandages so he can practice first aid with his Boy Scout troop.
Oh, so that's it. I've been wondering where my shirt tails have been disappearing to.
Just look at this sheet. You'll have to have a talk with him.
No, talking don't help. I told him last time if he ever did a thing like this again, he'd get the licking of his life, and now he's going to get it.
A licking?
Yeah.
Now, wait, Roddy. Remember, Junior's a big boy now.
Don't worry, I can defend myself.
Riley, after all, it's only a sheet.
That ain't the point. The point is he disobeyed me. He's got to learn to have respect for my word.
I know, but can't we just stop his allowance for a while?
No, that won't do no good. I already owe him 5 weeks. I said he's going to get a licking if he does it
now,
again.
Now, wait a minute, Roddy. You're a little excited.
Now, Peg, no arguments. I know how to bring up my own son.
Well, he's my boy as much as yours.
Okay, I'll only lick my head. But he's going to cry with your head. Junior has got to learn once and for all.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe a little spanking will do him good.
Look, I'm glad you agree with me, Peg. After all, parents like us have got a duty to their children. Where is he?
In his room. Roddy, what are you doing?
Taking off my belt.
Your belt? Oh, no.
No, it's the only way.
But a belt?
I know, Peg. I feel the same way. This is one of the worst features of being a parent. But it's got to be done.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Okay. Here's the belt. Go and do it.
Why, I will not. This spanking is your idea.
It is not. It was my father's idea. I'm only passing it along. Now, Peg, this is no time to get soft-hearted. You got to be strong. You spank him. I'll cook dinner.
I knew it. You like to talk big, but when it comes to Junior, you're just a softy.
Who's a softy? I know how to bring up a kid as well as the next guy.
Oh, Riley, you're such a windbag.
Oh, I am I? Okay, give me that belt. I'll show you.
Now, wait,
I'll
Riley.
show you I'm the kind of a man when I say something, I mean it. I don't blow hot 1 minute and cold the next. I only blow one way. So don't you call me no windbag. Now listen, Junior. I told you if you tore up one of your mother's sheets again, I'd give you a licking, didn't I?
Yeah?
Then why did you do it?
Well, I didn't think.
You didn't think. I ain't going to take that excuse from you. They don't take it from me. Why should I take it from you?
Oh, well, gee, Papa, I know I shouldn't have done it, but we needed bandages to practice for our first aid badge, and Walleye Simpson said it was my turn to get them, so...
So you tore up your mother's best sheet. If you needed bandages so bad, why didn't you take the allowance I give you and buy them in the drugstore?
The drugstore won't take IOUs.
That's no excuse. Junior, you got to be taught a lesson. Now, don't argue. You won't get out of it that way. I ain't a softy. Come on, bend over.
Okay, Pop.
Wait a minute. I'm giving you your last chance. Give me a good excuse why I shouldn't spank you.
Well, I can't.
Okay, that settles it. No more talk. Bend over.
I'm bending over.
Wait a minute. I'm giving you your last chance. Just give me one good excuse.
I haven't got one.
Okay, that settles it. You're getting a licking. Bend over.
All right, go ahead.
Don't rush me. Junior, I'm giving you your last chance. All I want is one little excuse. Come on, Junior, cooperate.
Well, I told you I didn't think.
Okay, that settles it. This is the end. Come on, bend over. Bend over.
Hurry up, Pop.
Don't tell me what to do. You've got to be taught a lesson, Junior. Well, I might as well get it over with. Well, why don't you say something?
What do you want me to say?
Anything's done as long as you make me mad.
I haven't got anything to say.
Well, okay, this time you talked me out of it. But next time, watch out.
You're not going to spank me, Pop?
No, but don't think it's because I'm a softy. I just don't want to hurt my hand. In case I ever decide to take harp lessons.
Well, thanks anyway, Pop. Oh, you're tops with me.
Okay, son, as long as you know you did wrong. But from now on, lay off your mother's sheets, will you?
Oh, sure, Pop. Hey, can I go now?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Junior. Your mother's out there, and, well, you got to do me a little favor.
Anything you say, pal.
Well, you see, I told your mother I was going to lick you, and if I don't, well, you see, I'm really the boss in this house.
Of course you're the boss.
Shh, don't let your mother hear you. What I mean is, this is sort of husband and wife politics. You'll understand better when you're married. But I want your mother to think I licked you, so I'll hit the desk here with my belt and you yell kind of loud, okay?
Oh, sure, that's easy.
You ready? I'm sorry, Junior. You got to be taught a lesson. Take that! Come on, Junior, yell.
Ow! Ow! Oh, please don't hit me. Ow!
And take that!
Ow!
And that!
Ow!
I'll show you who's boss. Take that!
Ow! Oh, you're killing me.
Junior, don't overdo it. Take that!
Ow! Oh, hell! Riley! Riley, what are you doing in there? Open the door. Let me in there.
When I say it, then take, I mean it. She's falling for it, Junior. Keep it up. Take that! And that!
Ow!
And that!
Oh, please don't hit me. Ow!
Yes, Brother Gillis. Cozy little shack you got here. Truly livable.
Oh, thanks, Brother Dakin. Right next door to Brother Riley's Jake.
Yeah, I know. You're lucky to live alongside of a fellow member of the BPLA.
Oh, yes, sir. And there ain't a better member than Riley in the Brooklyn Patriots of Los Angeles.
Speaking of Riley, that's one of the things I want to converse to you about.
Oh, fine, Brother Muley. Converse away.
Well, you see, hey, do you hear any noises?
Noises? Nope, can't say that I do.
Well, as I was saying, the executive board of the lodge is thinking of appointing Riley as chairman of one of our new committees.
Oh, you couldn't get a better man for the job. You know, our friend Riley's a man who loves children. I think we should put him on the Child Welfare Committee.
Are you sure you didn't hear nothing?
Oh, sure, I heard every word you said.
You know, I think you got a good idea there. Riley understands children, he's sweet and kind.
Pardon me, Brother Muley. I think I do hear something. Let me open up the window.
Oh, Papa, don't hit me. Please don't hit me anymore.
Oh, so that's the noise. Just some neighbor beating the daylights out of his kid.
Oh.
You know, after mulling over your suggestion, Muley, I think Riley will make a gorgeous chairman. I trust my own kids with him.
What neighbor was you referring to just before?
Why, my next door neighbor. You see, on my right there's Riley, and on my left I got...
On your left, you got an empty lot.
You mean that yellow was... Oh, no. It can't be Riley and his kid.
It's a cinch it ain't a gopher beating up on a kid gopher.
No, it can't be.
Help! You're murdering me.
Listen to that. He's beating this kid all right.
Beating him? He's manslaughtering him.
Well, come on, Gillis. Let's get over there before it's too late.
Okay, Junior. Okay. That's enough. Here's a dime for your trouble.
Oh, thanks, Pop. Riley, if you don't open this door...
Okay, Peg, I'm all through now. He's learned his lesson. Junior, I'll go out first and then you come out. Remember, groan a little when you come out. Make it look good.
Okay, Pop.
Riley,
I'm coming.
Riley, are you out of your mind? What did you do to Junior?
I'm a man of my word, Peg. I said I'd lick him and I've done it.
Oh, let me in there. I want to see my poor baby.
Oh, I sure put one over on her. Oh, hello, Brother Lodge Brothers. Come in.
You bet we're coming in. Riley, how could you?
Well, how could I what?
Don't deny it. We heard the poor kid screaming. You ain't human.
You're a monster. An inhuman frankfurter.
Oh, no, you don't understand, fellas. I wasn't beating the kid, honest. He's okay. He's right in here. I'll show you. Oh, Junior.
Oh, Riley, how could you beat the poor boy the way you did?
But Peg,
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
So, the kid's okay, huh? Come on, Muley.
No, wait, fellas. Listen, Junior, say something.
Oh! That's all, Riley. Come on, Brother Dakin. Let's get out from this chain gang he's running here.
What a revolting development this is.
Draft will bring in the second act, The Life of Riley in a moment. Say, folks, have you joined the march to draft?
Well, let's go. Ready? Dress your dishes and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. So don't you get left, get dressed. Yes, everybody's marching to the store for Dress, the greatest suds discovery in 2,000 years. Dress, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Here's why Dress works such dishwashing miracles. Dress is a wonderful new kind of sud, different from any soap you ever use. You know how all soaps leave cloudy streaks on dishes unless you polish them. Well, Dress suds rinse clear. Leave dishes so clean they sparkle, towel or no towel. Yes, and you like the way grease just disappears like magic. Dress gets rid of dishpan grease the way no soap in the world can do. Dress kind of hands, too. So no wonder millions of women from coast to coast are changing to Dress. Get dressed yourself first thing Monday. Remember, Dress carries the famous Procter & Gamble name on every package. It can't be duplicated at any price. So don't get left. Get dressed. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. After vowing to lick his son Junior to discipline him, Riley at the last moment got chicken-hearted and couldn't go through with it. In order to save face with his wife, he only pretended to spank the boy. But two of his large brothers heard Junior's fake screams and now believe that Riley is an inhuman father. To make matters worse, Peg is of the same opinion.
But, Dumplin', let me talk.
Nothing you say can excuse what you've done. Beating a defenseless boy. Discipline is one thing, but
you only listen to me for... Junior, say something.
Oh!
That's enough already. Stop, Paxton. Tell your mother what happened.
Oh, it's okay?
Yes, for heaven's sake, tell her.
Oh, well, Pop only pretended to hit me, Mom.
What?
Well, sure, he was just sitting at the desk and I made out I was her. Pop just wanted to fool you.
Chester Riley, you didn't beat him. Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Now, wait a minute, Peg. Remember you
How
just...
could you play a trick like that on me? Why, it sounded like you were murdering him.
Now, Peg, you know I would never murder Junior without your permission. I mean...
What did you hope to accomplish by a stunt like that?
Well, I only wanted to prove that I was the boss in my own house.
Well, did you?
No, boss.
Riley, I can't be angry with you. When are you going to grow up?
Well, give me a chance, Dumplin'. I'm only 39. After all, I'll get it. Hello? Yeah. When? Right away. What's it about? Violating the Constitution. I'll be right over.
What's the matter, Riley?
Emergency meeting of the Supreme Council of the Lodge. Trouble.
What's happened, Pop?
I don't know the details yet, but some no-good beast is going to get thrown out of the lodge. And they want me to be there when it happens.
Order. Brothers of the Supreme Council, we have now heard all the evidence against the defendant Riley on the charge of violating Section 49, to wit, acting in a manner inconsistent with the dignity and social responsibility of the human being. Or in other words, slugging your kid slap-happy. Are you ready to pass judgment?
Yeah. Ready. If it pleases the court, I would like to say something.
The chair recognizes Brother Goldberg.
Thank you. I recognize the chair. It may not have no bearing on the case, but we ain't heard yet from Riley. Who wants to hear from Riley? This court don't want to get its mind confused by hearing two sides to a story. Well, I ain't standing up for Riley, understand? But we got to keep an open mind. Instead of voting him guilty without a trial, I move we hear his lying story and then vote him guilty.
I second the motion.
Hey, fellas, what goes on? What's the big idea starting a meeting without me?
Order in the court. The charge is violating the Constitution. We are about to dish out a verdict.
Oh, well, that's okay with me as long as I got here in time to toss that weasel out on his ear.
It has been suggested that before voting, we give the accursed a chance to defend himself.
No. Nothing doing. Any member who'd violate the Constitution don't deserve no hearing. I vote we give him the bum's rush.
Take a vote, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor we should throw Riley out of the lodge, say aye.
Aye!
Them opposed?
Nobody! Throw him out! Where is he? Come on, Riley. Show your miserable face. Get up and stick. did you say, Riley?
Correct.
But I ain't the only Riley in the lodge.
You're the only Riley who used to be in the lodge.
Well, what are you saying? I'm a charter member. Who painted the no gambling sign with his own hand? Me. Who got us the slot machine wholesale? Me. Give me a break. Tell me what I did.
We heard what you did. You beat that poor kid of yours until...
No. I told you that was a mistake. I didn't do it. Why, I loved that boy like my own son. Gillis, tell him.
Billie and me heard the poor kid moaning and groaning. He could hardly stand up. There was two big purple welts, an inch wide, running down his back.
Those were the suspenders I gave him for Christmas. Honest, I didn't hit him. Listen, send a committee over to my house and I'll prove it. If you find one mark on him, I'll resign from the lodge. You will? I'll go further than that. I'll resign as his father.
Hey, take it easy with that bandage, Walleye. You're choking me.
I know what I'm doing, Junior. I've been practicing first aid a long time. Now lie down.
Yeah, well, go easy.
I'm doing it just the way it says in the Scout Manual. Whenever there's a suspicion of a fractured jaw...
Yeah, all right. Get finished. My neck's getting stiff.
I just have to put on the adhesive tape.
Hey, do I have to keep my arm in the sling?
Sure, you're supposed to have a possible broken arm, too.
Yeah, well, hurry up, will you?
Hey, what are you doing? Well, I gotta put the adhesive tape on, don't I? Oh, heck, I ran out of adhesive. You wait here, I'll go over to my house and get some. No, you're not supposed to move. Just lie there till I get back.
Okay, fellas, now I'll show you. Junior, you'll see you were all wrong.
I hope so, Riley, for your sake.
You'll see. Oh, Junior. He's probably in his room here. Hey, kid, you on the bed there. Have you seen Junior? Junior!
Oh, so there ain't a mark on him, huh? Look at that arm, that neck, that jaw.
But I didn't do that.
Not by yourself. You must have had Boris Karl up to help. Come on, Ike. We've seen the evidence.
Junior, what happened? Don't lie there like a dummy. Tell him.
Oh, the poor kid. He ain't got enough teeth left to talk with. Come on, Ike.
No, please, wait. I'll take the bandage off and...
Step aside, ex-brother.
Oh, what a mess. I'm so ashamed. I wish I could go someplace and just drop out of sight.
I know just the place.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digby.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, I'm in trouble. I'm a social outcast. All my friends have crossed me off their list.
Cheer up. You're still on my list.
They kicked me out of my lodge.
Oh, I know how you feel. Once I was kicked out of a club, the UEPUS.
The UEPUS?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Uplift Society. They expelled me for reading a book that we had banned.
What book was that?
Bring Them Back Alive.
Well, this wasn't my fault, Digger. You see, I gave my boy a beating.
You did? Oh, for shame.
Well, I didn't really beat him.
Come, Riley, did you or didn't you?
Well, I did and I didn't, you see.
Riley, if you expect me to help you, I must have the facts. In our profession, we have a saying. Before you can straighten a man out, you've got to pit him down.
But I mean, I pretended to beat him, and he just pretended to yell, but the lodge got the wrong idea.
Oh, I see. Riley, you made a grave mistake. Mistakes can be disastrous.
I know.
Take the case of my friend Mac, whose epitaph reads, "Here lies Mac, a lumberjack, who climbed out on a limb to hack it. He forgot he was sitting on the limb he was splitting. Now he's wearing a lumber jacket."
I don't know what to do, Digger.
Oh, nonsense. It's very simple. If Junior is unharmed, prove it to your lodge brother. Show them the lad, alive and kicking. Then they'll clear your name.
Well, I tried that once and it didn't work, but this time I'll see to it that nothing goes wrong. Oh, thanks, Digger. You've added 10 years to my life.
Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Hello, Coach Jenkins. This is Junior Riley's father. I've been phoning all over town for my boy. Is he there?
Yes, but he's practicing pole vaulting.
Listen, Coach, tell him to come down to my lodge right away. Will you? It's a matter of life and death.
All right, Mr. Riley, right away.
Thanks. Goodbye. Listen, brothers.
We gotta start the meeting, Riley.
Oh, but I just located Junior. He'll be here any minute.
Oh, you stalled long enough. Write out your resignation. Here's a pencil. Lick it and start writing.
Okay. That's the way you feel about it, I'll quit. What do I care? What did I ever get out of this lodge anyway? Shoot pool 3 nights a week. Play poker with you every Saturday night. Go bowling every Sunday afternoon. Go to the fights with you every Friday. Listen, fellas, you gotta take me back. I can't live without you. Please have mercy.
Well, okay. One thing we got is mercy. You got 5 minutes.
Junior! Hey, Junior Riley! Where's Junior Riley?
Here I am, Coach, on the bench.
Oh, listen, Junior, your father wants you down at his lodge right away.
Oh, I bet I know what it is. I'll go down right away. Oh!
Hey, wait a minute, you're limping.
Oh, I just twisted my ankle in the last jump.
Let me see it. Bad swelling. You better stay off that ankle. Don't put any weight on it for 24 hours, you hear?
Oh, but, Coach, I gotta get down to that lodge. My father's in a spa.
Well, you can't walk. Wait a minute, I know what. Oh, Jake, get out of my office and get those crutches.
Well, Riley, your time's up. The kid ain't showed.
Yeah, we can't stay here all night.
No, wait, fellas. He's on his way. I tell you, you gotta put... That must be him. Junior, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Pop.
Well, come in, son.
Well, open the door for me.
Now I'm through talking, fellas. Now you'll see for yourself the boy's in perfect shape. Come in, son. Well, boys, look him over, didn't I? Junior, what are you doing with them hockey sticks?
Oh, they're crutches, Pop.
Junior. Oh, my poor boy, what happened to you?
Oh, stop putting on an act. You know what happened, you beast.
No, you see, I didn't do it. Junior and I only... If he hadn't time to shake... Oh, what's the use? I'm guilty! I'm guilty, you hear? G-I-L-T-Y!
Rally for return moment. Are you joining the Easter parade tomorrow, ladies? Well, here's a friendly tip. To help keep your frilly new Easter blouse, pretty new lingerie, and sheer nylons looking as lovely as they do now, use Draft. Yes, Draft offers brighter, fresher, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. Why, take stockings. Nightly Draft washing will make them look lovelier and wear longer than with even expensive soap flakes. As for underthings, why, Draft's gentle suds keep their colors sparkling bright washing after washing. Your new sweaters, too. Draft will wash them softer and fluffier than you ever dreamed possible. You see, Draft never leaves a dulling soap deposit in fabrics the way all soaps do. Draft suds rinse clear, leave colors sparkling. So to help keep your nice washables lovely and new looking, use Draft. Don't get left, get Draft.
But, Riley, what happened after you said you were guilty?
Well, then Junior spoke up and they took me back in the lodge.
Then they finally believed your story.
No, they didn't.
Well, then, why did they take you back?
Well, they said any kid who'd lie for his father the way Junior did must love him, so there must be some good in me.
Oh, Riley, how do you get into these dams?
Believe me, Peg, it's not easy.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Zest, the zesting miracle for soaps, nylons, woolens, dishes, invites you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Junior is Tommy Cook, Muley is Dick Ryan, Walleye is Gil Stratton, and Julius is Benny Baker. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley. And reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history, use Draft. Don't get left, get Draft.
not 50, not 75, but 100%.
Yes, it's 100% true. Dreen reveals all your hair's natural luster, removes all dulling soap film. For Dreen is not a soap shampoo, leaves no dull film, as all soaps do.
For brilliant glamour, you'll see what we mean, 'cause your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Listen again next week when Draft, the searching miracle for soap, style-ons, woolen stitches, brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Than even expensive soap plates. Pretty lingerie, too. Colors stay bright and sparkling far longer than with any soap you ever use. The reason is Draft leaves no dulling soap deposit in fabrics to spoil their beauty. Draft suds rinse, clean, and clear. No wonder Draft is America's largest selling brand for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes. Get that bright green package and see for yourself. Sure, don't get less. Get Draft. And now, word from the star of our show, the man who makes Riley so smiley, William Bendix.
Folks, daylight saving time begins tomorrow in many areas. And if your community does not change to daylight saving time, next week we'll be with you 1 hour earlier than tonight. So please remember not to forget to remember. 1 hour earlier. Good night.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Draft, the searching miracle for soap, nylons, woolen stitches, invites to be their guest next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Coslow. The script by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Ship, and Jack Brecker. Mrs. Riley's Paula Winslow, Big Odell is John Brown, Babs is Barbara Eiler, Simon is Warren Mills, and Muriel is Barbara Fuller. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley and reminding you, for faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history, use Draft. Don't get less. Get Draft. Hey, what put stars in his eyes?
The sheen in her hair.
And what put the sheen in her hair? Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Emerald Clear Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Prell reveals a radiant, shining beauty no soap or soap shampoo can match. Yes, Prell leaves hair radiantly soft and smooth, radiantly glamorous. So easy to manage, too.
An amazing Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, a fact proved by a group of doctors. Even stubborn dandruff was controlled by 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And say, the whole family cheers for that handy Prell tube.
Yes, there's no slip, no drip, no waste. And a little Prell makes a mountain of lather.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo, leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Cedric finally managed to adopt a philosophic attitude toward his lost love, Clarabelle Seaskunk. But Abner, in helping Cedric arrive at this point of view, got himself into the doghouse with his wife, Elizabeth. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in the Jot 'em Down store and library, and Abner is telling his woes to Lum. Listen.
She wouldn't hardly talk to you, huh?
No, sir. Every time I'd ask Elizabeth a question at breakfast this morning, Lum, why, she'd just look the other way or just start talking to little Pearl. She talked to me through Pearl all the time. That's what she done at breakfast.
talk to you through Pearl.
Yeah, she wouldn't talk to me, you know. She'd say, Pearl, ask Mr. Peabody if he'd care for another biscuit, and ask your Paul if he wants another egg, and all sorts of things. Maybe little Pearl asked me, you know.
Well, exactly how did all this start, Abner? What's Elizabeth upset about?
Why, there ain't nothing for her to be upset about, Mom. Well, that is not actual. You see, here's what started the whole thing. You know, the other day I heard that Elizabeth was helping Miss Barton make a wedding dress for Mildred. That's Miss Barton's daughter, you know. She's going to get married.
Yeah, I heard about that. Her and the oldest Macmillan boy, one that's in the Army.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, anyway, I heard that Elizabeth was going to sew on a train. And naturally, I thought...
And you thought she was going to get on a railroad train and do the sewing?
Well, how'd you know that?
Well, after trying to explain things to you for the last 190 years, it ain't hard to figure that out. Anybody else in this world would have known that she meant the train of Mildred's wedding dress.
Well, I never knowed it. And so, naturally, I got sort of mad at Elizabeth for traipsing around the country on a train. Or, at least, that's what I thought she was going to do. And, well, one thing led to another, and I wound up and not going home for supper that night. Went home with Cedric instead. They'd over at their place.
Well, what in the world did you do that for?
Oh, I don't know. I reckon it was mostly that I just wanted to show Cedric how to handle women folk.
For goodness sake, you're a fine one to be trying to learn Cedric a thing like that. Looks like you ain't learned it yourself yet. And after all these years, too.
Well, now, I never had no trouble before.
Now you can see why I've stayed single all these years. You don't ever hear me having no trouble with no women.
No.
Just go through life my own sweet way, easy and comfort, and just paddle my own canoe down the river of life.
Paddle your own canoe?
Yeah. Granny, that sounds sort of poetic the way I said it, didn't it?
Well, when did you get a canoe, Lum?
Now, wait a minute, Abner. Let's not get into that. I don't mean I actually got a canoe.
Oh, what is it, a rowboat?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Well, who you fixing to take for a boat ride, Miss Frederick? Oh, I thought you said you never had nothing to do with women.
Well, I don't. That's what I meant when I said I paddle my own canoe.
Well, if you're going to do the paddling yourself, Lum, it must be a woman you're taking along in. Because if it's me, why, you'd make me do the rowing. You always do, and you know it.
Well, you don't have to worry about who's going to do the rowing this time, because I ain't taking Miss Fredericks or no other woman for a boat ride.
You ain't?
Of course not.
Well, who are you taking then?
I ain't taking nobody.
Not nobody at all?
No, not a soul.
Well, I dog it. I'll tell you what I'll do then, Lum. I'll go with you.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, I will. I'll do it. I'll be proud to do it, Lum. Now, there ain't no sense in you rowing around that mill pond all by yourself. That ain't no fun, and you know it.
Well, I never said it was fun.
Why, of course it ain't. You wanted me to go all the time, didn't you? I know it. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take some fishing tack along, do some fishing, too.
Abner, sometimes I don't see how you do it.
Oh, well, it ain't hard to do. See, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll run across the street there to Dick Huddleston's and borrow his fishing tackle, and then we can close up the store sort of early tonight, get an early start, you know, and get out there about the shank of the evening when they're biting a bit. And, wait a minute, I better make a phone call here first.
Phone call?
Yeah, I'll phone right now.
Well, just a minute here. Who are you calling?
Recollect that time that Cedric and Mr. Barton went fishing about a week ago, Lum? They said the fish was biting something wonderful out there. Hello? Is that you, Pearl? Well, listen, honey. Tell your mama that I won't be home for supper tonight. No. Lum's got a new boat and we're going fishing in it.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, no. She needn't to wait supper. More likely won't get home till late, tell her. All right, honey. Goodbye.
For goodness sakes. What'd you go and do a thing like that for, Abner?
Huh?
Look at all the trouble you got yourself into for not going home for supper the other night.
Oh, well, maybe this will make Elizabeth sorrowful for treating me the way she's been doing. This might just learn her a lesson not to go around not speaking to me, you know it?
Well, it won't work out that way, Abner, I can tell you that. Women ain't like that.
Ain't, huh?
You're just asking for more trouble, that's all you're doing. Now, you just better call Elizabeth up and explain the whole thing to her and Uh-oh. Hello, Mousie.
Hello, Lum, Abner. Yeah, howdy, Mousie.
Call her up, Abner, and tell her that
I've got some dandy new greeting cards written up there, Lum. Oh, they're just dandies.
Well, that's fine. Go on now, Abner. Call her up and
yes,
tell her
sir, they're sure dandies. That's what they are. They're dandies.
Mousie, quit interrupting me. Can't you see I'm talking to Abner?
Yes, sir. Well, here, I better get on over to Dick's and get that fishing tackle before it's too late. I'll be back quick as I can.
Now, wait a minute, Abner. Come back here.
I won't be going long. Here, you better start packing up a lunch.
Abner, come back here. One too good.
Are you and Abner going fishing, Lum?
Abner thinks we are, but we ain't. That feller's got an imagination that outcaps anything I ever seen in my whole life.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure it's going to get him in a lot of trouble with his woman this time.
Oh, is he having trouble with his wife?
Yeah, Elizabeth won't hardly speak to him, he says.
Well, you know, sometimes Gussie gets that way. She won't speak to me for a whole day at a time.
She won't?
No, sir.
Well, what do you do to try to get her over it?
Why, nothing. You see, those are the days that I enjoy most, Lum.
Enjoy?
Yes, sir. That's the only time that I can get any work done. You know, Gussie's a wonderful woman and all, Lum, but sometimes... Oh, no, I better not tell you, I guess.
Better not tell what?
Well, sometimes when she's been talking all day long, I just get to where I feel like saying, oh, Gussie, shut your big fat mouth.
Why, Mousy Gray, you oughtn't to say a thing like that.
Well, I don't say it out loud, Lum, but I must confess I do think it sometimes.
Well, I reckon you ought to even think it, Mousy. Of course, I can sort of understand how you feel.
Now, why do women talk all the time, Lum?
I don't know, Mousy. I reckon I'm the only fellow around here that comes anywhere near to understand them, and I gotta admit, sometimes they even baffle me a little, I think.
Well, how come that you understand them so well, Lum?
Oh, I reckon it's on account I'm a bachelor, and I can just sit back and observe married folks and sort of analyze situations. See, I'm a sort of the philosopher type, I believe.
Oh, gee, that must be wonderful.
Oh, it ain't so great. Leastways, I don't think so myself. Others might think it is, of course.
Yes, sir.
Now, you take this trouble Abner's having. There ain't actually nothing to it. All he's got to do is call up Elizabeth and tell her he's sorry and that he ain't actually going on no fishing trip and everything will be all patched up.
Well, why doesn't he do that, then?
Well, he's too stubborn, that's why. Wait a minute, maybe I ought to do it for him.
Well, that seems like the friendly thing to do.
Yeah, it does, don't it?
Yes, sir.
I never thought about that. I'll never in the world be able to talk Abner into doing it himself. So the next best thing is for me to do it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I better do it before he gets back, too.
Yes.
Now, this is the time that friendship counts. Friend in need is a friend indeed. I've always said that.
Yes, sir.
All you need in these things is a little common bay horse. Hello? Is that you, Elizabeth? Oh, Sister Simpson, what you doing over there, visiting? Well, could I speak to Elizabeth? In the kitchen, huh? No, never mind. Don't call her. Just give her this message. Abner told her a while ago he's going fishing tonight, but he ain't actually going fishing. No, Mom. Yes, Mom, you tell her that. All right, goodbye.
Well, that was easy, Lum.
Well, sure, nothing to it. Just have to use your head, that's all. It's funny how just some little thing can straighten out some trouble that way, but how few folks ever bother to do just that one little thing.
Yes, sir.
I bound you that'll make Elizabeth so happy, she'll more likely call Abner right up and tell him she's sorrowful for not speaking to him today.
Oh.
Everything will be fine and dandy.
Yes, sir. It sure is a wonderful world, isn't it, Lum?
I recollect one time Aunt Charity and Grandpappy Spears had a little squabble between them.
Look there. Look at all the fishing tackle that Dick loaned me. Hey, look at these here poles here. Did you ever see anything as pretty before in your whole life?
I have to admit that.
Oh, they're dandy.
Might just as well turn right
Hey, you
around.
got the lunch packed up yet?
No,
Well, you better get at it then. Let's see now. We ought to have some crackers and some cheese and
Wait a
pickles.
minute, Abner. There's a couple of things I got to explain to you.
Yeah, well, you can clean them when we're out in the boat, Lum. We got to get started. What kind of pickles you like best? Dill or sweet?
Ain't that our ring, Abner?
Yeah, I believe it
Well,
was.
you better get it.
Yeah, I'll get it. You get to work on that lunch. Hurry up now, Lum. Hurry up now. Hello, John Down Store and Library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
Ain't see what I tell you about, did you?
Huh?
You told him already.
Not going fishing? Why, of course I'm going fishing. Who'd you hear that from? Well, now, what does Sister Simpson know about it? No, honest, I'm going fishing. Elizabeth, I ain't trying to cover up for something else I'm doing.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to work out very well.
But I am going fishing. Now, don't believe that old gossip. I ain't no such a thing, Elizabeth. I'm going fishing. Now, Elizabeth, honey, don't start crying. Elizabeth? Hello? 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 blame that Sister Simpson. Now, I reckon where she could have got a hold of such a idea like that. Well, Abner, just a little bit ago...
Hush up, Mousy. Well, hurry up, Abner. If we're going fishing, we better get going. And we better bring back a lot of fish, too, I can tell you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Andy has always believed that it's impossible for women to resist his charms. He's even further convinced of that since a little incident which took place this afternoon. At the moment, he's in his office about to tell Amos and the Kingfish what happened.
Oh, I tell you, fellas, I'm thinking serious of getting me a whip to keep these women's away from me.
Oh, they're still after you, huh, son?
Oh, yeah, they hounded me to death. I wonder what there is about me.
Well, Andy, I has always heard that there's three things that attracts women.
Mm-hmm.
Money, personality, and looks.
Yeah.
And after looking you over, Andy, all I gotta say is that there must be a fourth one.
Now, listen, don't get sarcastic, Kingfish. Let me tell you what done happened this afternoon. I was walking along Lenox Avenue when all of a sudden a woman rushes up to me and she say, "Harold, is it really you?"
She called you Harold, huh?
That's right. Then she started telling me how happy she was to see me again and wanted to know where I'd done been and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of a strange thing, all right, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to stay in the office here all afternoon. Oh, I'm telling you, it ain't safe for a man as good looking as I is to be out on the street in the daytime.
Sit down, Mrs. Scott, and tell me all about it. You say you have found your husband?
Yes, Dr. Seabrook, and I'm so excited I can hardly talk.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I saw him on the street. My heart almost stopped. I said, "Harold?" And then he said his name wasn't Harold. Oh. And I must have him mixed up with somebody else.
Let me see. He was stricken with amnesia 6 years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, 6 years in July.
Where is he now? Did you take him home?
No, I didn't get a chance to. He seemed so confused. And then all at once he walked away.
Oh?
Without knowing it, though, I followed him. And he went to an office that had the name Andrew H. Brown on the door. I heard a couple of men say, "Hello, Andy," as he went in.
Well, at least we know where to find him, and he's going under the name of Andrew Brown. Now, are you absolutely sure, Mrs. Scott, this man is your husband?
I know it's Harold. His expressions, his mannerisms. But it's so pitiful the way he's changed.
Mrs. Scott, I'm going to suggest something that's been used successfully in many cases of amnesia to regain memory.
Yes, Doctor.
You go to his office and persuade him to come to your home where he'll be in surroundings that are familiar to him. His personal belongings, the children. Now, don't use any pressure of any kind in trying to make him remember. It should be like a new courtship. I think by treating it in this manner...
Now, Brother Andy, me and Henry here has got a great proposition. That is, if you can dig up a little loose cash.
Yes, Andy, we're very enthused about it.
Yeah, well, what is the deal, gentlemen?
We got the whole idea for a big new company worked out on paper. Here it is right here.
Kingfish, read Andy the purpose of the company as outlined.
Oh, yeah. Now, it says here, purpose of company. Our company is incorporated in the state of New York for the purpose of making as much money as we can within the laws of said state.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing here is... the heading called products to be manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Any and all things for which there is a demand, and if there ain't, we make something else. You see, Andy, what we do we keeps the thing wide open, what we call flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, till we find out what we're going to make, that is the general setup. Now, what do you think of it up to now? Now, you done hit it?
Yeah, well, except for being incorporated, how is this any different from not being in any business at all?
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy...
Wait a minute. Come in.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
Hello.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm the woman that stopped you on the street this morning. My name is Eldora Scott.
Pleased to meet you again, Miss Scott. This is Mr. Stevens and Mr. Van Porter.
Oh, glad to know you.
Charming to meet you, Miss Scott. Charming.
Thank you.
Well, then, me and Henry will go over to Henry's office and see if we can't get this company more flexible than it is.
I'll walk over there with you, fellas.
Oh, please, Mr. Brown. Could I talk to you for just a moment?
Well, all right.
Well, we'll see you later, Andy. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Why, sure. Go ahead.
I hope I didn't interfere with any business conference.
Oh, no. Me and the fellas was talking about opening up a flexible thing here, incorporated in the state of New York. They're going to manufacture something somebody don't want or something.
I guess you thought it was strange the way I acted on the street this morning.
Well, yeah. But a man like me gets used to that stuff.
When you ran away from me this morning, I followed you to your office here.
Yeah, I was wondering how you knowed where to find me.
I just couldn't stay away. I wanted to see you again.
Yeah, you sure is got a bad case of me, ain't you?
Listen, Harold.
Excuse me, the name is Andy.
All right, I'll call you Andy. Andy, would you come up to my house this evening to see me?
Listen, Miss Scott, you was a pretty gal and a sweet gal, but I happens to be right in the middle of a previous romance, so why don't you drop around in a couple of months from now? I is bound to be back in circulation again by that time.
But it's so important to both of us. Why don't you drop in this evening? Please.
Well, all right. I'll drop up for a few minutes, but I can't stay long.
Why did Jimmy and me have to put our best suits on, Mama?
Because I have a big surprise for you both.
What kind of a surprise, Mama?
Well, Papa's coming home.
Papa? You mean our own real Papa?
Yes, dear.
Papa's been gone an awful long time, hasn't he?
Yes, dear, but the important thing is that he's back.
Why was he gone so long?
Well, I've explained all this before to you. Of course, we haven't talked about it lately, but Papa had amnesia.
What's that?
Well, amnesia is when you lose your memory and can't remember who you are or where you live or anything. We don't know what happened, but he might have fallen and gotten a blow on the head.
Is Papa cured of it now?
No, not quite, but he will be soon.
How do you cure it, Mama?
Oh, there are many different treatments, Jimmy. Very often the same thing that causes it can cure it, too. Oh, that's probably Papa now. You boys stay out here in the hall. I want to talk to him alone for a little while in the parlor. Then you can come in.
Do you think you'll remember me and Jimmy?
Well, maybe not at first. But remember what I told you. Stay there in the hall till I call you. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you, Miss Scott. Thank you. Say, this is a pretty classy joint you got here. You live here all alone?
No, I live here with my 2 children.
Excuse me for protruding, but did you say 2 children?
Why, yes.
Well, sure was nice knowing you. I got to be running along now.
Oh, please don't go. Come in the parlor, won't you?
Well, all right, just for a minute.
There now. Look around. None of the things here refresh your memory. Don't you remember who you are, Harold?
Certainly I remember. Andy Brown.
But before you were Andy Brown, who were you?
Well, back in school, they used to call me the Sheik.
Well, look at this photo photograph here. Do you recognize it?
Say, that fellow look a lot like me, don't he? Got the same extinguished profile I got. Only thing, my profiles stick out more around the stomach than his do. You know something?
Oh, wait a minute, dear.
Yeah.
Frank, Jimmy, you can come in now. Darling, please try to remember. Hello, Papa.
Papa, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute here. I ain't gonna be your papa.
But Mama told us.
I don't care what she told you. I has been give the rush act before, but never with 2 kids helping out.
Listen, Jimmy, you and Frank go in the other room for a while. You can come back later.
Okay, Mama.
Listen, Miss Scott, I think I ought to tell you straight from the shoulder.
Please. I know it must be all confusing to you, but if you'll just be patient, stay a little longer. I tell you, I'll go in and make you a cup of tea, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Papa. She's sure trying to snag me. I wonder what it is I got that makes women fall for me this way. I think when I dies, I'm going to leave my personality to science. Well, I might as well light one of these cigars and sit back and unlax in this easy chair. I ain't got to meet Madam Queen for an hour.
You know something, Frank? He didn't act like he remembered us at all.
I'm kind of glad he didn't. He looks like an awful bum, doesn't he?
Maybe he wasn't that bad when Mama married him. Say, I've got an idea. Do you remember how Mama said a blow on the head might cure him?
Oh, sure, I remember. Why?
What do you say we sneak in and cure him?
Oh, sure. Then he might remember us.
Okay, now don't make any noise.
Wait a minute. Let me have that vase. I want to hit him.
Why should you hit him? He's my papa just as much as he's yours. And besides, it was my idea.
Oh, all right.
Shh, quiet now. There he is in that easy chair with his back to us.
Sure is nice and peaceful here. Yeah, I might even let Madam Queen wait a half hour for me. Oh.
Well, Andy has finally recovered from the cure that Jimmy and Frank administered to their papa. Right now, Andy is back in the office telling the boys all about it.
Oh, I tell you, them kids really smacked me with that vase. I done always said that I never ought to take off my derby in a strange house. Boy, I really got a sock.
Tell me this, why do you suppose the kids done that, Andy?
Well, I don't know. When I come to, the kids wasn't there, and their mama would say they were just trying to help me.
Helping you, huh? Kids sure is funny nowadays.
Well, I personally have always felt that children should be seen and never should not slug nobody.
Listen, Andy, with the money that Mrs. Scott has got, you can afford to let them break vases over your head all day.
What'd you say about money?
Well, Andy, when you introduced me to her, the name sounded familiar. She is very social in the high circles.
Yeah, I ain't never met her.
She got a lot of money, too, ain't she, Henry?
Yes, she has. My wife says she's exceedingly wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I was talking to Fred Wendell this morning, and he was telling me that her husband disappeared about 6 years ago. They think he is suffering from amnesia.
You know, the whole thing is strange, all right. Andy, didn't you say that she even had a picture on the parlor table of a man that looked exactly like you?
Yeah, and she kept on calling me darling and Harold and said that someday I'd understand everything.
Say, wait a minute, Andy. I bet I know what this whole thing is about. She thinks that you is her husband.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe that's why them kids call me Papa.
Amos, I think you got something there.
Yes, that sounds very logical.
You see, she thinks that you is her husband and that you won't recognize her because you got this amnesia stuff.
Yeah.
Andy, listen, there's only one thing for you to do. get in touch with this Mrs. Scott right away and tell her that you ain't her husband.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing to do, all right.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly glad that we done solved this one. Well, I got to get to work, fellas.
But wait a minute, I'll go with you, Amos.
So long, fellas.
So long, boys. Well, take care of that right away, Andy. So long.
How you like that? This show is a strange coincidence, all right, Kingfish.
Yeah.
It hardly seemed possible that me and her husband could look so much alike. Boy, he sure was handsome. Well, I guess I'd better phone her and tell her that I ain't her husband.
Wait a minute, Andy. How can you be so cruel?
Cruel?
Yeah, look, Andy. Here is a woman with two problems. She's got a lot of sorrow about her husband. And then she's got a burden of having a lot of money.
Yeah, well, what do we do about it?
Let's help her.
Yeah.
Let her handle the sorrow and let us handle the burden. That's it.
Yes, sir, that's even if ever I heard it.
And if you was to tell that woman that you ain't her husband, you would hate yourself for the rest of your life, leaving a poor, helpless woman without nobody to take care of her finances and her business investments.
Yeah. And I guess it wouldn't be fair to them two little boys, neither, that calls me Papa and hits me over the head with a vase.
Oh, that lump will go away, Andy.
Yeah, but look here, there's one snag about this whole thing, Kingfish.
What's that?
I don't happen to be her husband.
I know, Andy, but you was a reasonable facsimile. Brother Andy, if you has got a heart in you at all, there's only one thing for you to do. Let this woman think that you was a husband so you can brighten up her life again by investing her money.
Yeah, I guess that's what I ought to do, all right.
Yeah, and that way, we can kill two birds with one stone.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that flexible proposition that I done talked to you about this morning?
Oh, sure.
Well, we can invest her money in that. Protect the principal and guarantee her 20% return at the same time.
Yeah, well, the least I can do is be a good husband to that money.
Yeah. Now, listen, Andy, I tell you what I'm going to do. I was going up myself and see her right away.
Well, what's the idea?
Well, now, look here. The first thing I'm going to do is to convince her that the way to get back your memory is to finance you in some business.
Yeah.
Now, another thing. You don't know nothing about Harold.
No.
You don't even know Harold's middle initial. You don't even know your wife's maiden name.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, during the conversation with her, I'll get all that information for you, see?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'll hurry over right away, because every minute we waste is costing her money.
What is this I hear about you being married?
Oh, I ain't really married, Lightning. It's just that some gal claims that I got amnesia.
What is that?
Well, it's when you walks around like you was in a daze and ain't got no ambition, don't remember nothing, you kind of in a fog.
She certainly hit it on the nose all right, didn't she?
Get out of here, Lightning, will you? Get out of here.
Well, hello there, boys, and I want to speak to you alone.
Go on, get it, Lightning.
All right, sir. I think I'll whiz on home and go to bed.
So long, Lightning. Now, listen, Andy, that was a great thing I done when I went over to see Miss Scott.
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out there?
Found out everything. Your middle initial is J for Jerome.
Yeah.
Now, her maiden name was Palmer. And the picture on the piano or the table, she thinks is you.
Yeah, I'll remember all this.
Now, listen, Andy. Harold J. Scott has got several $1,000s in 3 banks. The Chase National, the Irving Trust, and the Corn Exchange.
Yeah, I was really loaded, ain't I?
Yeah, now look here. I done convinced her that the way to get back your memory was to finance you in some business.
Yeah, well, we'll go in that Flexorable company with her. We'll stretch her money out over that.
Yeah. Now, listen, Andy, tomorrow we are going over to see her together. Now, when we get there, be very clever and let her know that your middle initial is J for Jerome.
Yeah.
And then casualty drop that her maiden name was Palmer.
Yeah.
And then recognize the picture of yourself on the table, the piano there. Kind of work it into conversation easy like.
Yeah, leave it to me.
Andy, you has got thousands of dollars in all the banks in New York.
Yeah, well, there ain't but one thing that worries me now about going over to her house tomorrow.
What's that?
Who is we going to borrow the car fare from to get there on?
Mrs. Scott, I've got wonderful news for you.
Well, come right in, Dr. Seabrook.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for Harold now.
I just received this letter this morning. Through the Medical Association, we've located your husband. He's in a hospital in Chicago.
But, Doctor, it can't be. I've already found Harold. He's right here in New York.
Mrs. Scott, you've made a mistake. The man here in New York is not your husband.
What?
This snapshot, enclosed in the letter I just received, is a snapshot of you and Harold and the two children taken about 7 years ago. This picture is your proof.
Why, yes. It is our picture. I remember when this was taken, on my birthday up at Bear Mountain.
There's no doubt about it being your husband. In addition to all this, the Medical Association checked on his fingerprints.
Oh, Doctor, I almost made a terrible mistake. I'm going to Chicago right away. But, Dr. Seabrook, this other man, this Mr. Brown, now he's under the impression that he's my husband.
Well, that's impossible. Well, we'll straighten him out. The fact is...
Oh, Doctor, that must be Mr. Brown at the door now.
Oh?
His friend, Mr. Stevens, told me yesterday that they were coming. What did I tell him?
Well, you go to the door. I'll help you handle it, Mrs. Scott. Just let him talk.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I brung your husband, Miss Scott. He couldn't wait to get down here and see his darling wife.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Hello, wifey dear.
Can we come in a while? Harold would like to talk to you for a few minutes before we make a tour of the banks.
Why, yes, come in. This is Dr. Seabrook.
Nice to meet you.
How you do, sir?
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Any friend of my wife's whose maiden name was Palmer is a friend of mine, Harold J. Scott, J for Jerome. Let's go in the parlor and look at the picture of myself. There ain't no two ways about it being me.
By the way, I understand, Mr. Brown, that you had amnesia.
Oh, yes, sir. He had a bad case, Doc, but he's starting to remember things now. Chase National Bank, Urban Trust, Foreign Exchange, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Brown, there's something I must tell you.
Harold really coming along great, Miss Scott. The one thing that he remembers better than anything else is that yesterday you said that you was going to put him in business.
But I must tell you...
Where is them two sweet little kids of mine? I sure is missed them.
Mr. Brown, I've made a terrible mistake. You are not my husband.
Hey, what you mean he ain't your husband?
Mrs. Scott's husband has been located in Chicago.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. The fingerprints have been checked.
Now, wait a minute. After
you
all...
wait a minute. You're nothing but an imposter. And you're undoubtedly trying to defraud this woman.
Well, here, everybody, wait a minute here. Now, everybody, listen. I got something to say here, too. All right, so Mr. Brown ain't her husband. Who started this thing, though? Mrs. Scott here done stopped him on the street. He didn't stop her.
That's true, Dr. Seabrook.
Yes, but the fact remains that this man knew he wasn't your husband.
Well, listen here. It so happens that we was going through with it to help Mrs. Scott here with her finances. We was trying to help her now, and that's the truth.
Doctor, I think I have put these men to a lot of trouble. And I really started the whole thing. I think they deserve some sort of compensation, and I'm willing to pay them for the trouble.
Yeah, that's a fair thing to do.
Well, you do whatever you want, Mrs. Scott. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'll run down to the railway station and see if I can get you a ticket to Chicago.
Oh, that'd be wonderful, Dr. Seabrook.
I'll see you later.
Now, if you'll just step back into the library, I'll make out a check for you.
Yes, ma'am. You stay right here in the easy chair, Andy.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you think that I...
No, you stay right here, Andy. I got a lot of experiences in this compensation stuff.
Yeah, okay, I'll stay here then.
You know, Mrs. Scott, that fella Andy...
Mama, can we go in and see Papa?
Well, I'd rather you wouldn't, Boaz.
Why not? Isn't he cured yet?
Cute little fellas, ain't they?
Oh, gee, Mama, I can't understand why he isn't cured.
We tried to help him.
Yeah. Do you suppose we didn't help him hard enough?
Boaz, I'll explain everything later. Right in here, Mr. Stevens.
Say, Frank, come here a minute, will you?
Now, about this compensation, Miss Scott, you done caused Mr. Brown a lot of trouble. Now, we'll forget about that, but getting hit on the head with a vase is something that you can't forget about.
Well, what about $50?
Now, wait a minute. The scale price for getting hit on the head with a veil, that happens to be $100. Now, that's what they're paying all around town.
All right, we'll make it $100.
All right, make it $100. Okay.
What was that?
Mrs. Scott, it sounds like Andy done earned another $100.
Next Friday night at this very same time, please join us for another Amos and Andy show. For at that time, Amos and Andy will present a special Good Friday show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say good night, may I remind you of one other important thing. I suppose it is a job saving used fats and greases and turning them in. Not a hard job, but, well, not what you'd call glamorous. But it's not exactly glamorous to sleep in muddy foxholes or to dodge bullets or live on tin rations or any of the other things that millions of our American boys are doing every day of this war. So compared to that, the little bit of effort it takes to save used fats and put them in a tin can seems very trifling, doesn't it? And remember, those very used fats are vital to the manufacture of the sulfur drugs and ammunition that will help to win this war. You'll get 2 red ration points and cash besides for every pound of used fat you turn in. So fill up a can, no glass container, please, and rush it to your butcher or meat dealer. Thank you, and good night.
Gracie, that ends another broadcast. Now say goodnight to everybody.
Oh, good night. George, take me home and I'll fix you a nice turkey sandwich that was left over from Thanksgiving.
Have you still got any white meat left?
This turkey was all white meat.
How can a turkey be all white meat?
Well, if they push Thanksgiving a week ahead on you, you turn white, too.
Good night, all.
Well, we're off the air.
All fine. Quiet, boys. Quiet. I'm talking to the production man. Hey, Wayne, how was the show?
Well, it seemed like a good air show, but I thought the audience was a little slow.
Slow? I thought they were a great audience.
I thought they were rude.
Rude?
Yeah, every time I said something, they laughed at me.
Well, I don't know. I thought they were great.
Well, you should. They didn't laugh at you.
Well, I'll find out for myself. Wayne, is the record of our broadcast ready?
Yep.
Well, play it back, will you?
Stand by, everybody. Okay, sound man.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show where there's orchestra for singing glee with a smoothie street. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Folks, it's Laugh Night at your house with Burns and Allen. So listen closely. And you know something? You'll have no trouble getting your family up in the morning if you just take this tip. Open a can of Spam, cut off a few slices of this tender, tasty meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. That delightful, rich aroma will bring the sleepyheads to the table on the run. Because Spam tastes so good and is so easy to use, it's a breakfast favorite in thousands of homes today. You like Spam's mouth-watering flavor, its juicy, extra goodness. Tired appetites wake up in a hurry when Spam is sizzling in the pan.
served Spam and eggs, America's modern breakfast. Be sure to tell your food dealer you want SPAM Spam. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow.
Hey, Salman, what happened?
Mr. Burns, you'll have to get a new needle. You know, a needle only lasts 8 months.
Well, how much does a new needle cost?
10 cents.
Have this one sharpened. Well, come on, everybody. We're going to rehearse next week's program.
No, I'm not going to do it. No, not me. I've got to go down to Bullock. I bought some open-toed shoes, and I've got to return them.
Gracie, you can return the open-toe shoes tomorrow.
No, I've got to return them now on account of my toenails are painted red.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, every time I walk down the street, it looks like a bunch of carrots hanging out of a bird cage.
Well, Gracie, first we're going to rehearse next week's show.
Oh.
You won't need me anymore, will you, Mr. Burns?
Well, stick around. And, by the way, Jack, you played the part of the messenger boy in tonight's show swell.
Thanks very much.
And, you know, you weren't a real messenger boy, so you can give me back that quarter tip I gave you.
Okay. And here's the string.
Well, now, let's see. What do we do next week?
Hey, George.
Yes, Artie.
Can I have my check now?
Your check? Yeah, well, after rehearsal.
I want my check now. I got to take it to the bank.
Well, why do you have to take it to the bank?
It's too small to go by itself.
Well, here's your check, wise guy.
Thanks a million.
And here's your check, Bud.
Thanks a million.
And Senor Lee, here's your check.
Thanks, $1.10.
Quiet. And Gracie, here's your check.
Thanks a million. Oh, wait a minute. This is an insult.
$3,000 is an insult?
Well, look what it says on the check. Gracie Allen, $3,000 and no cents.
She gets a check for $3,000 and she's insulted. You know, Gracie, that's a neat little figure.
Oh, I know, and I'm pretty, too.
Well, never mind. We've got to rehearse next week's broadcast. Now, let's see.
George, I've got a swell idea for next week's show. It's a play where boy meets girl, girl meets boy, boy meets girl's father, girl meets boy's father, father meets father, father meets mother.
But all I've heard so far is a lot of meats.
Well, George, this is the Spam program, and Spam is a perfect combination of choice.
Well, I guess I'm a naughty boy. Wait, I've got an idea. Next week we can do a typical Hollywood program with picture stars, the Brown Derby restaurant, autograph seekers.
Autograph seekers? What's that?
What's that? Gracie, who are the people who are always on the outside and can't seem to get in?
The Republicans.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yes.
Look, George, why don't we do a kiddie program next week? I've got a cute little poem.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Oh, yeah?
Well, it's a nice little kiddie program. And, Artie, I've got a TL for you and that Senor Lee. When we were on the air a few minutes ago, I had one joke in the whole show, and you guys killed it by talking in on it. Why didn't you wait for my laugh?
What? The Mr. Crosby show?
Crosby isn't on until Thursday.
That's right.
Artie, tell that musician to stop with those wisecracks, and that goes for that whole broken-down band of yours, too.
Broken-down band, huh? It happens to be a symphony.
Yeah? Well, it may seem funny to you, but it doesn't seem funny to me. And wait! And that's without an audience.
Say, George, I figured something out. Next week, let's do a Jack Benny type of show.
Jack Benny?
Yeah, you know. That's the fellow who plays those small parts in the Rochester pictures.
Oh, yes. You mean Hillard's brother-in-law?
Yes.
Freddie Allen Straightman.
Yeah, uh-huh. Now, I can play the part of Mary Livingston.
Yes.
And Artie Shaw can play the orchestra leader, Phil Harris.
Well, then he'll have to wave his hair.
No, he's got a baton.
Oh, he can wave that instead.
Let's see. Senor Lee can be Rochester.
How can Senor Lee be Rochester?
Yeah. Oh, too tall.
Yeah, he's a little too tall, yeah.
Now, let me see. We need somebody to play Don Wilson. Let's see. Bud Easton and the Smoothies can do that.
Yes, that's a nice fat part, yes.
And now, let's see. The only thing left is to get somebody as funny and clever as Jack Benny, and you're the only one left.
Yes?
So I guess we can't do that show.
I thought so. Hey, Smoothies, Babs, what number are you, Charlie, and Little going to sing next week?
Whispering.
Well, let's hear it,
All right.
Whispering while you cuddle near me, whispering so no one can hear me. Each little whisper seems to cheer me. I know it's true, there's no one dear but you. You're whispering while you'll never leave me, whispering while you'll never grieve me. Whisper and say that you believe me, whispering that I love you, whispering why you never will leave me, oh, whispering why you never will grieve me. Whisper, tell me that you love me, or swear it by the stars above me. I love you, I love you. I'm whispering that I love you.
Well, that was great, kids. They'll love it next week.
Thanks, Mr. Burns. Good night.
Good night, Babs. Good night, Charlie.
Good night.
Good night, Little.
Good night.
Say, George, which one of the Smoothies is Babs married to, Charlie or Little?
That's silly. Haven't you noticed that Little is the one who always holds her hand, helps her on with the coat, and opens the door for her?
Oh, I see. She's married to Charlie, huh?
Well, anyway, listen, everybody. I thought of a great idea for a new show. Hey, Jack. Jack Norton, come here.
Yes?
Jack, do you know how to do a drunk?
Can I do a drunk? I said that recorder. I was minding my own business, and a fella comes up to me.
Okay, Jack. Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, you've got the part. It pays $12.50 a week and all the spam you can eat. Now, let's see. We're going to do a restaurant scene, and I play a wisecracking owner. And Gracie, you're a waitress.
My sister Bessie used to be a waitress.
I know she was a waitress.
She got cross-eyed from watching the clock and looking under the plates at the same time.
Well, all right, Gracie, I'd like to start. Now, this is a restaurant.
Where are the tables?
There are no tables.
Where are the chairs?
There are no chairs. There's no customers. There's no nothing.
Business is bad, huh?
Yeah, business is bad, yes. Well, anyway, this drunk comes in, and he wants a cup of coffee.
But there are no tables?
No. And he sits down.
There are no chairs?
No, there's no chairs.
And he's drunk, huh?
Well, anyway, when the drunk comes in and he asks for a cup of coffee, you holler, boss, boss. And that's where I rush in and do my funny stuff, you see? Now, Jack, you go outside and open the door, and Soundman, you let him in. Okay, let's start.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, Soundman.
I'm sorry I can't stay for rehearsal.
Why?
You see, a group of world-famous explorers who were in my class at Harvard are waiting for me to take them down to the Union Depot.
Yes?
One of them discovered the North Pole, one of them discovered the South Pole.
Soundman, why do you have to take them down to the Union Depot?
Well, that's the only way they can find the place.
Well, you're staying right here. Now, come on, let's start. Now, don't forget, Gracie, when the drunk comes in and he hollers, boss, boss, I rush in and I do my funny stuff.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee, please?
Did you say coffee?
Wait a minute, Gracie. What kind of acting is that? Why so weak?
Well, if you think I'm weak, you ought to taste the coffee.
No. Look, Gracie, when he says, miss, I'd like a cup of coffee, put your personality into it.
Well, maybe he doesn't like it sweet.
Now, let's start all over again.
Well, George, I don't want to butt in, but if you want to make your restaurant a success, why don't you do what we do at home?
What's that, Bud?
Well, for Thanksgiving, we always stuff a turkey with Spam, and it's a delicious
You
meat.
stuff a turkey with Spam?
Well, sure. We might as well give the turkey something to be thankful for, too.
Well, never mind. Come on, let's get started. Now, don't forget, Gracie, when he comes in and he says he wants a cup of coffee, you holler, boss, boss, then I rush in and I do my funny stuff.
Yes.
Okay, Jack, let's start.
Oh, say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
With or without cream?
What's the difference?
5 cents.
Well, come on, let's try it again.
Senor Burns, as the director, you're a regular Cecil B. Schlemiel.
You mean DeMille. Schlemiel means I'm a dope.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yes. And now do you want to try for $32? Take it or leave it.
Artie, what are you going to do with that guitar player? He just called me a dope.
Look, George, don't get excited. He's a foreigner. He just repeats what everybody else says.
Yeah? Well, you can stop with those wisecracks, too.
Look, guess what my drummer says to me every time you tell a joke?
Artie, that isn't funny.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yep. Now, do you want to try for $64? Take it or leave it.
Quiet, everybody.
Say, miss, I beg your pardon.
Pardon me, Jack.
Could I have a
Yes, Jack. I know. I forgot all about it. It's a sketch. Try it again.
All right. Oh, say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, Gracie, why don't you answer him?
I'm watching a customer play a slot machine.
There's no customer and there's no slot machine. What's
He hit
that?
the jackpot.
I thought so, yes. Jackpot. I must be crazy.
Absolutely correct. Give the man $64.
Oh, quiet. Go ahead, Jack. Start again.
Say, miss, pardon me. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. You have to wait a minute. I'm folding napkins.
Folding napkins?
Oh, I love to fold napkins in the cut of I used to be a baby's nurse.
Jack, let's start again.
Hey, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, you'll have to wait. The boss is busy. He'll bring you coffee in a few minutes.
Chasing Sandwood?
They're chasing the cook.
Gracie, look, I'm going to cut your part down just a little bit. When the drunk comes in and says he wants a cup of coffee,
yes,
you say nothing. I come right in and I do my funny stuff without you. Go ahead, Jack. Let's go.
Pardon me, miss. May I use your telephone?
What's that? You're supposed to be drunk. What about the coffee?
I don't need the coffee. This thing took so long I got sober.
You did. Never mind. Forget the sketch. Artie, what are you going to play next week?
I'm going to play What Is There to Say?
Well, all right, play it. I'm going into the control room and hear it. That number was very good. But your fourth violinist wasn't playing.
Well, he doesn't have to. He's my brother-in-law.
Well, good night, Artie.
Good night, George.
Good night.
George, hey, I've got a little idea I'd like to try for next week.
Yeah, but, what is it?
Well, you see, George, people all over the country are singing the praises of Spam.
Yes?
And that's what gave me this idea. Now, look, I fixed up this little ditty for the Spam Glee Club.
Glee Club?
Yeah, you and me, Senor Lee, and the sound man. And look, I'll start right here. Hey, where's that? Got an S there? Me. You like Spam, you bet you will. Serve it cold or hot. Serve it cold or hot. You will. Serve it cold or hot. Serve it cold or hot. You will. Serve it cold or hot. Serve it cold or hot. You will. Serve it cold or hot. There's always the coffee beat. It always hits the spot.
It always hits the spot.
Well, then, George, I'll say now everybody is singing the praises of Spam, the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. A meat whose popularity is founded on flavor, a flavor folks really get hungry for. Hormel discovered this new combination of meats, a new and better way to season it, a handier package to put it in. Spam, S-P-A-M, is a combination of pork shoulder meat, sometimes called picnic by you women, and ham meat. There's the difference.
The difference?
Yes, George. Hormel uses the pork shoulder to make Spam sweet and juicy. Then the ham it takes to give Spam that extra goodness and flavor. That's why Spam really does taste better, fried, served cold, or baked. To make sure you always get this extra goodness, Spam tells you right on the label, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Look for that sentence. Try Spam tomorrow. Just be sure you say to your food dealer, I want Spam.
Hey, that's swell, Bud.
But then we have the tag, the smoothie sing it. Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, and hit the spot.
Oh, that's good. Well, that's okay, Bud. We'll do it next week.
Good night, Bud.
Oh, good night, Gracie. And say, you were positively terrific when we did tonight's broadcast.
Good night, Senor Bud.
Oh, good night, Senor Lee. You were very funny on tonight's show.
Good night, Bud.
Good night.
Certainly is a wise guy.
Well, so long, everybody.
So long, senor.
Senor.
I certainly enjoyed the bread crust tonight.
Well, thanks, kid.
I've got a date tonight with a girl from Earl Carroll's Von Nighties.
Von Nighties?
One nighty she's with me, one nighty with Artie Shaw.
Okay. Good night, senor.
Mr. Burke.
Yes, sound man.
Do you mind if I leave now?
Oh, not at all, Hopper. I suppose you're going out to take your scientific friends down to the depot?
Yes, we're going down to meet the honor man of our graduating class.
Is that so?
Yes, you see, our classmate, Frederick Hinsdale, delivered the valedictory address. He won the Harvard-Yale debate and won first place in the International Oratorical Contest.
I see, and he's arriving tonight, huh?
Oh, no.
No? Then why are you going down to the Union Depot to meet him?
He works there. He's the train announcer.
Good night, sound man. Well, Gracie, here we are alone.
Yes.
Well, memories. Gracie, what does this empty theater remind you of?
Oh, the first time I saw you on the stage in Altoona.
Don't remind me of that. Remember the first act we did?
Yes, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long, long time ago.
Yes, even before Roosevelt.
Remember we did a routine where I said to you, Gracie, you're dizzy?
Yes, and I said, I'm glad I'm dizzy. Boys like dizzy girls, and I like boys.
Yeah, that's what you'd say, and you'd never stop. That really used to drive me crazy. Well, I'm glad it's over.
Yes, I'm glad that you're glad it's over.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad it's over.
And I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad that you're glad it's over.
You know, Gracie, you're still dizzy?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm dizzy.
I'm glad you're dizzy, and let's stop.
Well, I'm glad I'm dizzy because boys like dizzy
Quiet.
girls, and I like...
Ah, those were the good old days. Remember, Gracie, the first time I asked you to go to dinner?
Oh, I'll always remember that.
I didn't have a quarter.
But you still took me to dinner.
Do you know why?
Sure, I had the quarter.
We had flapjacks and coffee for 10 cents. Remember those flapjacks?
How can I forget them? They're still flapping.
Remember, Gracie, we were both trying to get jobs. 1 week I wouldn't eat.
And then next week I'd get a job.
Yeah, I can remember now how I used to tell everybody that someday I'd be a big comedian. But they all laughed at me.
Oh, they're not laughing at you now.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday when Lester Hamill, my agent, said, George, Get yourself a dumb dame and go into vaudeville.
But you got me instead.
Yes, and we started small, but I knew someday we'd get an opportunity. Remember we played the Myrtle Theater in Brooklyn?
Oh, sure.
Then we went to the Hill Street Theater in North.
Mm-hmm.
And Poli's New Haven.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gem in Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Bijou in Schenectady. Oh, sure, I remember that.
We did it all in 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, we were younger then. We could walk faster.
Remember, Gracie, in those days we used to work for peanuts.
Yes.
And now you're working for Spam.
Is that better than money?
I think so. Will you ever forget the day when we got a wire from Eddie Darling saying that we're booked into the Palace Theater in New York on Broadway?
Oh, George, that really was a thrill.
I'll say it was. I can see it now. The opening day. We were standing in the wings, frightened to death. The orchestra started to play our number. We were petrified. We couldn't move. Eddie Cantor pushed us on the stage.
Have you saw the roses in the garden?
Have you so? Gracie, what kind of grammar is that?
Who told you that ain't high-class grammar?
Who told me?
Yeah.
I seen it in a book where I live at.
Oh. Say, whom teach you to speak the proper language?
Whom teach me?
Yes.
Why, I can learn you how it should be spoken.
Oh. Well, I suppose you got your knowledge?
Yeah, I'll bet that's the color.
I think them colleges are a joke.
You do, huh?
I know how to use the English language, and I don't use no adverb for no noun.
But can you learn me how to parse a comma?
Oh, sure. Don't that grammar make you frown?
Ain't it fair some people don't know nothing?
Oh, sure. For adjectives, they use the plural Q.
Them words is hard to use, but there's much worse.
Ah, but they don't trouble I and you.
Now we dance. Stop. Gracie, do you like me?
Oh, sure, Harry.
Harry? My name is George.
Oh, I keep thinking this is Tuesday.
Music. Stop.
George, my sister just had a new baby.
Boy or girl?
Well, I don't know, and I'm dying to get home and find out whether I'm an uncle or an aunt.
Stop. You know, a very funny thing happened to my mother in Cleveland.
Oh, I thought you were born in Chicago.
Music!
Them but they don't trouble I and you.
That's the finish.
They don't trouble I and
you. Well, Gracie, there'll never be a Palace Theater again.
No, I don't think so. Here, help me out with my coat, please.
There you are. Come on, let's go. Good night, Miss Allen.
Oh, good night, dollman.
Good night, Mr. Burns. Good night, Frank. Wait a minute, I'll give you some change. Actually, change here. Gracie, have you got a quarter?
Same old George.
Friends, do you really want to make your meal planning easier? Listening to George and Gracie each week, you've no doubt promised yourself you'd try Spam soon. If you haven't yet tried Spam, you're really missing something. Spam is the most popular meat item brought out in a long time. Thousands and thousands of families now use it regularly. Join them. Try Spam tomorrow. Use the recipes on the label. Ask for S-P-A-M, Spam, when you shop, and discover the easy way to serve good food.
Driver, turn right on the next corner.
Gracie, remember the Apollo Theater in Boonton, New Jersey?
Yes.
Remember the ventriloquist?
Oh, with that cute little dummy on his knee. What was his name?
Edgar Bergen.
Oh, good. Whatever became of him?
He's selling coffee.
Oh, couldn't get anywhere in show business, huh?
You know, Gracie, you're still dizzy?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm dizzy. Boys like dizzy.
Quiet.
Join us us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for the Hormel Company, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.